We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Take a roll call, please.
Mark Cole,
Here.
Monty Matalago.
Here.
Tony Puri,
Here.
Euless Simeon,
Here.
Jared Bricky,
Here.
Lenore Feeney.
Go ahead and call the meeting to order. Take a roll call, please.
That's it.
There's an echo.
Oh, that bad.
Here.
And Erica Dorsey.
Like to observe a moment of silence, please. Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I understand that we've received no requests to address the commission on matters either on or off the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll move on to business items. First matter of business is consideration of the minutes from our October 12, 2023 meeting. Do you have any motions?
Move to accept as presented. Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The next business item is in the matter of Troy Pichon, Department of Public Safety and Corrections, Office of State Police, docket number 23269-S. Eric Hessler?
Hessler, yes, sir.
Eric Hessler represents the appellant. Troy Pichon. Tunde Animashon represents the Office of State Police.
Yes, sir, you did a very good job this morning.
It only took me eight meetings, you know. And would everyone make their appearance, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the Honorable Commission. My name is Tunde Animashon, and I represent the Office of the Louisiana State Police in the matter of appeal of Sergeant Troy Pichon.
Good morning. I'm Eric Hessler. I'm representing the appellate Troy Pichon.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have some house cleaning that matter that we might need to take up before we proceed. First of all, we have a joint stipulation.
Do you want to
Yeah.
swear in the witnesses and do all that first?
let's-
Why don't we do
let's-
that and then come back to the housekeeping if that's
All
okay
right,
with you?
that's fine.
So I'm going to call out the witnesses who've been subpoenaed, and when I call your name, please stand and remain standing. And then I'll swear everyone in at the same time. The first one is Colonel Lamar Davis.
He's not.
Not coming.
So does the state wish to issue us an arrest warrant for it?
Yeah. Bitch warrant.
I just wanted to make sure.
Chavez came and I'll be here in representation for Colonel Davis.
You're my next name on my list. Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron.
Yes, ma'am, here.
Then we have Trooper Tony Washington, if you remember. Okay. Captain Patrick Jackson. Sergeant Jordan Garrett. Trooper First Class Xavier Martin. Trooper Jeffrey, okay, is it Harriet?
It's Harriet.
Harriet?
We go with Harriet.
No, Harriet, I can try to pronounce it right.
Just don't expect that I would.
Don't expect him to. Trooper First Class Daniel Graff. Investigator Henry Dijon. Trooper First Class Michael Smith. Is he not here?
Training and just tech.
Okay, that's not an excuse when you've received a subpoena.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a phone call.
Yes, sir.
This was requested by,
Don't go out to do it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to get
yeah. Okay, and then the last person is Sergeant Troy Pichon.
Yes.
If you would all raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And so that oath remains continuing throughout this hearing. Next, we're going to issue what is called an order of sequestration. And that means everyone except for those at the table need to leave the room. And you are not allowed to discuss this matter with anyone other than the lawyers or the commissioners or me. And you're not allowed to stream or watch this proceeding. So you'll just have to wait out there and then wait for your name to be called to come in and testify. And then I think you have an instruction, you want them not right out here, but
Right, out in the.
all the way down the hall and in that
Atrium.
area where there's places to sit. Okay, so you all may leave now.
Lenore, you want to confirm that there are no unsubpoenaed witnesses?
Are there any unsubpoenaed witnesses?
Not from my side.
Okay,
Not to my knowledge. Can we proceed?
Yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, as well as the Honorable Commissioner, there are two items that we wanted to bring up. Yeah, Mr. Hessler have been working diligently to make sure that this trial goes smoothly. The first one is the joint stipulation that both parties have graciously entered into, that we have submitted, and we'd like to introduce that as a joint exhibit stipulation as one.
No objection, stipulating.
and Jason, does everyone have a copy of the stipulations in their materials?
Tap.
Okay. And do you have a copy to put into evidence?
Yes, I do. I have the original. Yeah,
Yes. I'm gonna label it.
let me show it to you. This is your signature, right?
It is.
Just okay.
No, we're good.
Call this joint exhibit 1.
Yes. Also, the party have diligently worked on the exhibits that we would like to introduce into evidence at this time. And the appellate exhibits, Exhibit 1, the Louisiana State Police Operating Silver Bear Operation Order 2022. Exhibit 2, the pictures of I-10 eastbound travel lane near exit 248, Michoud Boulevard. Exhibit 3, the picture of LSP issue rifle for Sergeant Troy Pishan. Exhibit 4, the picture of the LSP issue vest front and back view. Exhibit 5, picture of LSP issue footwear front, back, and side views. Exhibit 6 and 7, so those are videos. We have Trooper First Class Xavier Martins in camera action flight video. And also we have Exhibit 7, Trooper First Class Daniel Graff body worn camera, which is also a video. We have Exhibit 8, a still frame picture of that Sergeant Troy Pishan that we downloaded. Exhibit 9 is the Louisiana State Police PO Order 238, which deals with the use of force. Exhibit 10 is the Louisiana State Police PO Order 117 that deal with the body worn camera and in-camera camera system. Exhibit 11 is action audit log of body worn camera issued to Sergeant Pishan. Exhibit 12 is the final letter of 60 hours of suspension that is dated March 6, 2023 from Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Camon, the Chief of Staff, to Sergeant Troy Pishan. Exhibit 13 is the receipt of acknowledgement of decision of final letter by Sergeant Troy Pishan. Exhibit 14, decision page of appointing authority that was signed by Colonel Lamar Davis, dated January 18, 2023. Exhibit 15 is the receipt of acknowledgement of that decision by Sergeant Troy Pishan. And Exhibit 16 is the IA investigative summary report that is dated January 9, 2023.
No objection to stipulate.
No objection to any of the exhibits?
Um,
I mean, the way we normally operate is when they're introduced at the time, we
Okay.
whether we.
Well, we've
object or not
discussed
is-
them, and if there's any objections that are raised, I'll raise them timely.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have any objection to the video?
Oh, no.
Can we introduce the video exhibit 6 and 7 into evidence at this
And
point?
I have no objections. to those.
Yes, yeah, okay. So admitted.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, and to this honorable commission, there are three main issues to be decided before this honorable court, this honorable commission. The first one is whether on July 16, 2022, the use of force on the part of Sergeant Pishon was objectively necessary under the circumstances. We affirmatively say no. The second issue that needs to be discussed is whether the action of Sergeant Troy Pishon on July 16, 2022 for failing to activate and power on his body-worn camera and also to write use of force report violate LSP policy procedures. And then the last thing that we need to find out that this commission needs to decide whether the disciplinary action of 60 hours suspension taken against Sergeant Troy Pishon was appropriate under the circumstances. We say in affirmative, yes. 3 policy violations will be presented for your consideration. The first one is the use of force. The second one is the use of force reporting. And then the third one is the body-worn camera, which we believe Sergeant Troy Pishon violated. The joint stipulation of the parties actually gave a very brief and accurate description of what took place. And for brevity, I will not go in detail over there. Basically, what I would like to summarize for you, Honorable Commissioner, was that on July 16, 2022, Sergeant Pishon, as well as many others along State Police and New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, they were working on a special project called Operation Silver Bear. The primary mission of this Silver Bear was to apprehend individuals who are committing various criminal activities in the New Orleans area. And the evidence will show that even though they were working on a special detail operation, these individuals, LSP personnel, they are still need to follow the LSP procedures. They still need to follow the state laws. They still need to follow the policies of the LSP. On the same date, approximately 9:30 hours, Sergeant Pishon heard over the radio. He was not at the scene, but he heard over the radio shots fired. As a result, several units, including Sergeant Pishon, Trooper Xavier Martin, and Trooper Graf, Daniel Graf, they were in pursuit of this individual on I-10 East. I think they call it Mission Exit. That is, if you are very familiar with Slidell, exit 248 is going towards Slidell. About 1 mile of Mission Exit, the driver of the vehicle pulled his truck to the side with his hazard light on. Sergeant Pishon, Trooper Graft, Trooper Martin, as well as Trooper Harriot, they all came out of their vehicle with their gun drawn. Trooper Xavier Martin in-car camera captured the event. And you hear the evidence that clearly said, driver, get out of the vehicle. Let me see your hand. Driver, get on the ground. Face away from me. This driver complied with the order that was given. Sergeant Pishon, on the contrary, walked on the side of this, left side of this vehicle, and you will see from the evidence that will show in a downward motion strikes the head of the driver with the bottom sole of his right shoe. You will hear the respective testimony from Trooper Graft as well as Trooper Martin. Also, to give us a clarity, because the policy is very clear that the use of force has to be in compliance, not only with your training, also with your experience. Sergeant Troy Pishon is a supervisor. He's well trained. You will find out that Sergeant Garrett, as well as Captain Jackson, will give us a review of what it should be for felony stops, and also the control tactics that is being taught at the LSP Academy training. To summarize this, the evidence will show that Sergeant Pishon's use of force was objectively unnecessary under the circumstances. Like I indicated, the evidence will show that Sergeant Pishon is a well-trained supervisor, and he failed to complete a use of force report. He also did not have his body-worn camera activated during the Operation Silver Bear. He simply failed to record the events of this action that we are before you. The reason that is articulated by Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cannon, the Chief of Staff, we really support our positions that a suspension of 60 hours is appropriate in this situation. We believe that there is sufficient evidence to support that Sergeant Pishon violated the LSP policy, and we believe that the 60-hour suspension should be affirmed. Thank you.
Want to very briefly. As this commission will find out during the presentation, you will see a rather aggressive vehicle chase that occurred after Sergeant Pishon was notified that shots were fired. You'll find the evidence that will show that almost everyone, if not everyone, on the law enforcement side believed that the shots were fired by perpetrators were fired at the police officers. I don't think I have to tell anybody in this room that that's a rather concerning situation to be in. It's concerning when you're responding to it, and you're gonna act appropriately to save, protect your life and the lives of others. It's pretty simple what happened, and you're gonna see it. It's a felony traffic stop, and there's training, and the LSP is well trained, but training doesn't fit every scenario. And part of that is trained. You're going to have to adapt, and you're going to have to improvise. You're going to have to change with what's going on, because you can't control that situation. If you could, everybody would do what they say, and they get in back of the car and they probably handcuff themselves. That's not the way it works on the street. And although it was a felony stop, it changed, and it changed because the tactics changed. You're going to see the one patrol officer, one state trooper approaching that vehicle, where there are believed to have been two armed persons that have already shot at the state police one time prior to that. And so you're going to see that this thing does change, and it changes from a felony stop to a tactical application. Do those go out right all the time? No, they don't. But they can go really bad if people don't take action. Sergeant Pishon took the action that he believed was appropriate at the time in that situation. And you're going to find that the recently created force investigation team that investigated this agreed with him. They agreed that Sergeant Pishon's decision to use the force he intended to use was reasonable and necessary based on his perception and articulated concerns. As far as I'm concerned, that should be the end of it. When you've created a force investigation team to do these investigations, I think you got to respect their decisions, because then you come into problems. But nevertheless, so I think you'll see that what he did was justified. Could it have been done differently? Maybe. Would somebody else have done it differently? Maybe. Did he do anything wrong? That's requires discipline, and I'd suggest the evidence will show that he didn't. Because not all policy violations are disciplinary. Some of them are training related. But we'll go down to the second one, the use of force reporting. Again, this was a recently created unit. This force investigation team recently created policies. I believe they're still being revised as we speak. But you're going to find that he did report this use of force immediately. And who did he report it to? Force investigation team. So the goals of the policy, you'll find, were met, and that he did in fact report this. He wasn't hiding anything. Nobody's ever suggested that he did. So the goals of the policy were certainly met, and I don't think the LSP had suffered any consequences from that. And the third thing is the body worn camera. You're going to find that the evidence is going to show that Sergeant Pichon was assigned to the Bureau of Investigation unit. They were assigned to do covert surveillances as a secondary assistance to the uniformed patrol officers. Of course, they have a B of I policy that addresses their body worn cameras. You can't work in a covert capacity with a body worn camera strapped to your chest. You're not going to have any very, very good results. You might get somebody hurt, and you're certainly not going to be covert. And you're going to hear from him that he had his flak jacket on. BWC was attached to it. It was readily available. It was on the floorboard of his truck, covered up with a blanket. Was it on? Nope. And he's going to tell you it wasn't on. And if you look through the B of I policy, it's going to ask if you find where it says it should be on, well, then he's got a problem. What you're going to find is it says it should be readily available. And it's written that way for a reason, because he's not going to be able to do his job, nor is he required to do his job with that body worn camera attached to his covert undercover civilian attire. So I think that once you hear the evidence, which I believe you'll hear, certainly every trooper out there on the scene saw no reason to report him or act on their duty to intervene because they didn't see anything wrong. And they didn't see anything wrong because nothing wrong happened that requires discipline. And that goes for the BWC policy and his use of force reporting policies. Thank you.
Still, we'd like to call Daniel Graft to the stand. Daniel Graft.
Yes.
Have a seat, please. Good morning, sir. Could you please give us your full name?
Good morning. Full name is Daniel Michael Graff,
What agency do you work for, sir?
Louisiana State Police,
What's your current title?
Trooper First Class,
How long have you been a state trooper?
a little over 8 years.
All right, I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on July 16, 2022. Tell me, what was your assigned duty on that day?
I was assigned to the Region 1 SWAT team, and I was assigned to the K9 handler, and my duties was to provide cover and assistance to the handler and the K9.
Do you have a special operation on that day?
Yes, we were assigned to Operation Silver Bear, and our assignment was to monitor the troopers in the greater New Orleans area and provide cover and backup to them if they needed an apprehension with using the K9.
I'd like to show you an exhibit that is marked Exhibit 1. You identify this document for me, please. You also have it in your.
Yes, this is the operation order for Operation Silver Bear in 2022.
Who authorized that Operation Silver Bear?
I would believe be the colonel, but I'm not sure. Looks like the colonel.
I would like to introduce this Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. So admitted.
What is the purpose of this Operation Silver Bear?
We were working adjacent with NOPD and other federal agencies in the New Orleans area, and our duties were to provide proactive patrols in areas that had high crime areas and a tendency for violent crime. So we would basically just do proactive patrols in those areas in New Orleans.
Are the personnel assigned to this special task required to wear and follow the policy of LSP?
Yes.
At some point, did you come in contact with the driver of that incident?
The incident in question?
Yes.
Yes.
Describe for us how you come in contact with the driver of the pickup truck.
There was a briefing shortly before the incident took place where we were told there was a gang of vehicles drag racing, driving recklessly in New Orleans. I believe they were located on Almonaster in New Orleans East. Several units, including the unit that I was in, made contact with them. We activated our lights on our units at a gas station that was on the corner of Dolman and Chef Highway. And that's when the shooting took place. And shortly after, we were involved in a high-speed car chase throughout the city. And I believe on I-10 eastbound, approximately 20 minutes later, the driver ended up pulling over to the shoulder and surrendering.
Do you know where he surrendered at?
I believe it was I-10 eastbound just past the Michoud exit.
I would like to show you State Exhibit 2. You have the same. Let's describe what we just told us in Michoud exits.
Yes, this looks familiar. It was at night.
Well, it was at night, but that's the Michoud exit.
Okay. Sure, yes.
I'd like to introduce him to evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, so admitted. This says 2-1. Is that? what
Dash
we're
1 and
calling it?
2-2.
Okay. So we've admitted exhibits 2-1 and 2-2.
Yes. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh. As you approach exit Michoud, could you describe for us, did you have your body worn camera on?
Yes, I had my body worn camera on.
I think we already introduced this into evidence, Exhibit 7, which is the body worn camera. Could you tell us what is the serial number of your body worn camera?
Sure, I have it with me.
You tell us what the
Sure.
serial number is.
The serial number is X60A06604.
Could we play it? I would like to play the relevant portion of the Exhibit 7 because it's kind of long. There's a problem.
It did take long.
I'd like to play you a portion of that from 1940. I think I was Paul, is that your the number you just called, your body camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Who is shouting? Let me see your hand.
That is Trooper First Class Xavier Martin.
Whose barrel of rifle is this?
That's the magazine to my AR-15.
Okay, and who's this?
That's Trooper First Class Xavier Martin.
Let me see your hands. Flora, step out of the vehicle. Flora, step out of the vehicle. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands.
You one in the back?
Yes, let the happy light. Thank you. You just watch this video with your camera. Was the driver in compliance with the order given by Trooper Martin?
I believe so.
And what did you hear Trooper Martin order gave to him?
I heard him tell him to get out of the vehicle, get on the ground. I believe he said, "Let me see your hands" a few times, in which he showed his hands. And then I believe he said, "Get on the ground," in which the driver was getting on the ground.
Do you know what happened on the passenger side at that time?
I do not.
Okay. At that point, do you actually know who the shooter was?
No, at this point, I did not know who the shooter was.
Could you describe for us the scene of the area at that point?
The scene of the area.
Yes.
It's it's I-10 eastbound. There's a shoulder. I believe it's kind of like swamp wood area around there. There's no street lights. So it's pretty dark. And I think there was several units behind us, so we had a lot of lights and flashing, and there was several people giving different commands. But I was next to Xavier, so I could hear what he was saying pretty well.
Did you saw Sergeant Pishon?
I don't recall seeing Sergeant Pichon. I kind of started getting auditory exclusion and that tunnel vision, so I was just kind of focused on the driver's door.
You indicated that this is your body-worn camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the commission, how do you activate your body-worn camera?
Sure. To my understanding, there's 3 ways to activate the department-issued body-worn camera. The first way is you have to manually turn it on with this button right here. Once you power on the camera, it can be activated 3 different ways. The first way is in the center right here. You can press it twice, which will activate the recording. The second way is if you're in the vicinity of another trooper or someone with the Axon system, them turning on their lights and sirens, it receives a signal and it automatically activates it for you. And the other way is if someone were to activate their taser, that would also activate my body-worn camera.
So if you manually turn off your body-worn camera, would that take place as well?
No, to my knowledge, you have to turn it on in order for it to receive a signal.
So you have to manually turn it back on to receive a signal?
I believe so.
As part of the Operation Silver Bear, do you have to comply with the LSC procedures?
Yes.
You are still an employee of LSP? Correct?
Yes, I was in a Class B uniform in a patrol capacity, so I'm required to have my body-worn camera on and visible. That way, you can pick up any footage or interaction with the public.
Attendant witness for cross.
Good morning, Officer Trooper Graff. My name's Eric Hess. I'm representing Pro Pishon.
Good morning.
You went through the Operation Silver Bear manual prior to being deployed on the streets, I imagine?
Yes and no. I didn't, obviously we went and did a verbal, I guess, meeting over it, but I never went through the entire operation manual, to be honest. No.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's all I'm asking you is to be honest.
Yeah.
And as you were in a uniform capacity that night,
I was in a
correct?
uniform capacity. It's called a Class B uniform.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, and you're required by policy to have your BWC on and activated.
Yes. So
correct?
yeah, it's supposed to be powered on, and if there is any interaction with the public, it's supposed to be activated.
Okay, and why is it that it's supposed to be powered on?
That way, it can receive a signal. In the spur of the moment, I can always. What it does is it starts recording for a 30-second loop prior to any interaction. So in the middle of an engagement like this, obviously I might not have the wherewithal to activate it, but luckily from the lights and sirens to Trooper Martin's unit, it activated it for me.
Okay, well, but you've been trained to turn it on and all that stuff, right?
Yes.
But you just said something that I found kind of curious. You said that you might not activate it during an incident like this.
Yeah, I could get caught up in the moment and forget. But if I have it powered on, someone could activate it for me, which is what happened here. Xavier Martin's unit, I was in the vicinity of that, and it received a signal and activated it for me.
And these are stressful situations that you were involved in this.
Absolutely.
Firsthand, right?
Absolutely.
All right. And you didn't turn yours on, but luckily somebody's
Yes,
manual auto activation from the vehicle did, correct?
yes,
Does that mean you violated policy? But you
No.
were saved by some mechanics?
No.
Okay, you were just a human being that was in a stressful situation. You didn't intentionally not press your body BWC camera, correct?
you're correct. Yes.
Okay. And the policy actually, if you go to page 6 of Operation Silver Bear. You there?
I'm here,
You
sir.
see
Yes.
where, you see at the top where it says administrative and equipment,
Yes.
and then there's paragraph, it says personnel should leave their BWCs in standby mode while on foot patrol, correct?
Personnel should leave their. Yes.
Okay. Foot patrol is for uniform officers, would you agree? Unless you're in assigned a covert or
I guess that would be a subjective way to look at it. I'm not sure what foot patrol is for, but I was in a patrol unit. Yes.
and it says events evolve quickly and some personnel may not be accustomed to manually activating the camera, as most are accustomed to the automatic initiation by the in-car Axon signal device, right?
Yes.
So even the state police recognizes that it might just be a human error,
Yes.
not a disciplinary action, but a human error that you forgot you turn on your BWC in a rapidly evolving
Yes.
situation. Would you call this a rapidly evolving situation?
It was a rapidly evolving situation. Yes.
Okay, and some rapidly evolving situations might not be life or death, right?
Yes.
But this one was not only rapidly evolving, would you say it also was potentially life threatening?
Oh yeah. There was two shots were fired.
You ever work plainclothes?
I am. I'm a detective in insurance fraud and auto theft, so I do work in a plainclothes capacity as well with the state police.
You walk around with your body camera right,
I-
on and activated?
I do
while you're-
not.
Why not?
It's not required of me per policy, depending on what situations I'm in.
Okay. And if it's not on, when it's activated, you just got to press that button one time, I think.
Say that again.
When it's on but not activated, you got
Twice.
to press it twice.
Twice.
Okay. How long does it take if it's not on? How long does it take to turn it on and let it, I guess, cycle through and get ready to film?
I don't know exactly. Approximately
Takes a while though.
15 seconds,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay. And in a rapidly evolving situation where life or death is at issue, 15 seconds is a hell of a long time, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, you saw the video?
Yes.
And I don't know if you, and you mentioned in your testimony, of auditory exclusion, and you didn't say tunnel vision. I think you used a different word.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I understand what tunnel vision is, and that's
Okay, vision.
Yeah.
Where you start focusing on one thing and you might not see things in
Yes.
your peripheral vision. correct?
yes.
When you saw this video, did you see Officer, I think it was Harrio?
I did not see Officer Harrio at all. I don't know what happened to the passenger side of the truck.
Okay, did you see him in the video?
I saw him in the video, yes.
Okay.
But I
you
don't
didn't see him,
I don't
right,
remember him.
okay,
Sure.
okay. But you saw him approach to the back of that vehicle, right?
In the video,
In the
yes.
video. And there was an individual, the driver had gotten out of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that there still remained a passenger inside of that vehicle,
Yes. I don't know who else was in the vehicle. So the windows were tinted.
right?
So I don't know how many people were inside the vehicle. I do know there was a driver though.
And it was actually the windows were tinted, weren't they?
Yes,
Okay, is that concerning to a police officer in a situation like this?
absolutely.
Okay. And y'all are trained when you make this stop and correct me if I'm wrong, but usually one person gives the orders on a felony stop, correct?
Yes, that would be the goal.
Right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Not to confuse the driver. Several troopers might be giving different commands, so it makes our job easier if just one person maintains that communication.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there were several people yelling several different things that night?
Yes,
Okay. Several things that were all, I guess some people were telling him to get down, some people were telling him to show his hands, correct?
yes.
Okay.
It depending on what was said, it could be contradicting each other's
I'm
statements.
showing my hands, but if I get down like that, I'm not showing my hands. There could be a problem with the perception of the person you're ordering, right?
Yes,
Then that's
And-
why one person gives the orders.
yes. And there might have been a language barrier too. I'm
Right.
not sure.
Okay, and we'll get to that in just a second. In fact, in this case, there was a language barrier, wasn't there?
I believe so. I know the gentleman, the driver was Hispanic.
Mhm.
I can't recall what was being said once we took him into custody, but I don't know if,
Okay.
I'm not sure what his English.
And
How
when
good
you,
it was.
and I think you said that I think you said that he was compliant. Is that correct?
From what Xavier Martin was saying, because I was next to Xavier Martin, so I could hear Xavier Martin, he did appear compliant.
Okay. And when you saw Sergeant Pichon enter the scene?
I do remember him entering the scene.
Okay, and at that time he entered the scene, the individual, the driver was kind of like in a position, I guess, like on all fours. correct?
Yes,
And he was looking around, right? He had a hat on, he was looking around.
I believe he took his hat off.
Okay, but prior to that,
Yes,
he had it on. But
Yes.
did you see him looking around, scanning the area?
yes.
Do you know what he was doing?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever, and did he ever get flat out on the ground, proned out?
No, sir.
Is that the position y'all want him in?
Can't recall. I would have to replay the video.
Well, as a police officer, and would that be the ideal position?
That would be ideal. Ideally, we would, I wish we could have brought him back to the vehicles,
Okay,
more tactically sound to not approach the vehicle,
Uh-huh.
but that's not what happened. So
okay. And let's just say there was a language barrier and it to the point where he couldn't come there. Somebody's gonna have to approach him and take control of the situation. If he doesn't come to you, you're gonna have to go to him, aren't you?
depends on the situation.
Okay. And in this situation, somebody decided, let's go to him.
Yes,
Okay. And if an individual like that is not prone, like you said, would be the ideal position, would an officer be concerned that maybe he can make easy access to a weapon that's hidden on his body?
yes. Depending on from the officer's point of view, I could see that.
Right. I mean, if he's like on all fours, all he's got to do is reach into his waistband and pull out a handgun
Sure.
if there's one there. And y'all had reason to believe that the guy was armed.
Yeah, there was a shooting involved. I'm not sure who shot. I assume that whoever was in the vehicle might have had weapons.
Okay. And when you saw the video, you saw the fellow come out like this, but you couldn't see what was under his, he never did. Nobody asked him to raise
No,
his shirt, turn around, make sure he was unarmed, correct?
yes, no
So at
one.
that point, I guess you got to still treat him like he's potentially armed,
Yes,
all right, which is reasonable. Would you agree?
yes.
You saw with your, or did you see with your own eyes, Sergeant Pichon approach the individual and approach the car?
Yes,
Okay, and we see in the video, he approaches with a long rifle, shouldered,
yes.
correct? He's looking at the car, looking at the gentleman on all fours, right?
Yes,
Did you see him kind of reach out with the step?
I did.
Okay. And the LSP has something called the duty to intervene, correct?
Yes,
What is that?
I believe it's troopers who are on scene or any officer on scene has a duty to intervene if they see any type of use of force. I guess being taken to like a punitive situation.
Did you exercise a duty to intervene? Did you think that the force you saw was unnecessary or unreasonable under the circumstances?
No, for one, it's an isolated incident and it wasn't something that was carried out over and over again for several seconds or minutes. The person was compliant after he was, I guess, engaged by Sergeant Pichon. So it happened so quick that I really didn't have any opportunity to intervene if I could.
Okay. But you said you didn't see anything wrong with what he did, other than from a use of force standpoint. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not a use of force expert, so you'd have to ask.
You're a policeman.
I am a policeman.
Okay, and you know if I gotta stop this or that wasn't right, you pull somebody aside, you'd intervene on their behalf, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Did you do that
However,
with Sergeant
whatever
Pichon?
Trooper Pichon saw, you'd have to ask him. So
Okay.
I don't know what he saw or what was going through his mind. So you'd have to ask him. But in my opinion, I'm not as
Okay.
far as like a DT instructor or use of force expert.
That's fair.
So
That's fair. But you've been in situations like this.
I've been in several, yes.
Okay. And you've been second guessed, I guess, but even by other officers.
Yes,
That doesn't make you wrong, does it?
I believe, probably not.
And let's get back to, I guess it's Trooper Harrio. Is he a trooper or is he a sergeant?
He's a trooper.
You did see him approach that vehicle prior to anybody approaching that vehicle, didn't you? And your body went on camera.
Well, on the camera,
Okay, 1 second, sir. No other questions. Thank you.
I need to follow up. In order for you to activate your body worn camera, does he have to be in a standby mode?
I believe so. Again, I'm not an Axon expert subject matter on this, but I believe it has to be, as you can see right now, it's completely off. There's nothing that's going to activate this or turn it on. It has to be powered on manually.
And the power on manually means it's in a standby mode, correct?
I would believe so, yes.
All right, that's all I have.
Is this witness free to go, or do you need him maybe for later for rebuttal or anything?
I'm not gonna need that.
I'm not going to need it.
So you are free to go.
I don't know if the commission has.
Oh,
any
wait, the
question.
commission might have some questions.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to
I
make sure.
checked. No one had any questions.
Okay.
I can return to my normal duties?
Yes.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
We call Xavier Martin. Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, I see it.
Yes, and I remind you, you remain under oath.
That's your chair right there. Good morning, Mr. Xavier Martin. How are you, sir?
Morning, sir.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Xavier Morton Senior.
What agency do you work for?
One more time.
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
What's your current title?
1 second. Could you talk into the microphone?
Yeah,
please?
no problem. Current title now is going to be the Public Information Officer for Troop B.
All right. In July 16, 2022, what was your title?
Trooper.
Trooper. All right. How long have you been a state trooper?
6 years now, sir.
6 years. I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on July 16, 2022.
Okay.
Could you tell us what was your assigned duty on that date?
I was assigned to Operation Silver Bear in New Orleans.
Were you by yourself in your vehicle at that time?
No, sir. I had a partner.
Who is your partner?
Jeff Harriet.
Okay. On the night in questions, at some point you came in contact with the pickup truck. Could you describe the incident for us?
Want me to describe it?
Yes.
So that night, I think some undercover NLPD cars were on Almanaster Boulevard, saying that they had some drag racers. So me being from that area, I went that way. So I went on the right side of the Danziger Bridge, went by Folgers and drove on Almanaster. I didn't see anybody racing. I did see some cars out there that was probably potentially racing, but at that time, nobody was racing. So I'm driving, I guess you could say that's eastbound. So the cars start to leave. I make a U-turn in one of the U-turn spots. You see now the vehicle starting to flee. I observe some of them having their license plates covered up with white paper and some, I think, painter's tape. My license signs are not on, it's just me by myself with maybe some NLPD guys. We get on the bridge, we pass on Folgers again. We get into I forgot the name of the gas station, but we pull into the gas station. I turn on my lights, I pull behind a silver Nissan 350Z, older model. He has his plate covered up. I get out, well, he starts to take off and I don't worry about him. I walk to the truck. Got some question right now. Take my gun out, I look in the inside and knock on the door. Hey man, open the door, pull on the door handle for the guy to come out. He drives off a little bit. So I'm not going to run after him, walking back somewhere to my car. I hear a boom. I hear a rev and then a boom. So I look over my shoulder. and I see Jeff getting up. I'm like, okay, what just happened?
Who is Jeff?
Jeff Harriet, my partner,
Make
my
sure that-
partner,
okay.
yes. My partner, Jeff Harriet. I hear a boom, a rev and a boom. And I think I hear 2 or 3 shots. So I look over my shoulder and I see him getting up like this, trying to stand up. And he's walking to my vehicle and I'm looking at him to make sure he's okay. He holsters his weapon. We get back in, trying to calm him down. I'm looking at the truck. The truck kind of veers to the left. I'm like, okay, is he hurt? Did he get shot? The truck leaves and exits the parking lot and goes lakebound on Diamond Road. So now we're in pursuit. We go to Diamond Road. We get to, I believe that's Curran. We make a right on Curran. We get on the interstate. We have LSP units behind us now. I think NLPD's with us. I think we get off on Rita Crowder. We go through down Lake Forest, go through a couple neighborhoods in the east. I'm a little bit faster. I was in the charge at the time. So we get back on the interstate. I'm trying to keep him on the interstate to stop him from going back onto the city streets. So we get to Mizzou. I don't really know if his tire blew or he just decided to give up, but he stops around I-10 in Mizzou. He pulls to the side. We get out. I put my spotlight on him. I get out. I'm giving him loud verbal commands. Show me your hands. Get out the car. Show me your hands.
Okay. Can you tell us when you finally came in contact with the driver of the pickup? I'm going to show you, and let me look at Exhibit 7 that we already have in exhibit, and then I will show you your in-car camera. I want you to identify for me the individual. Wait.
Yep, I'm good.
Who this is?
That is me.
Whose voice is that?
That is my voice.
Step out of the vehicle! Sarah, step out of the vehicle! Let me see your hands!
I was getting ready to grab my PA to speaking to my PA system a little bit louder so you can hear me.
It's on the right. Come back a little bit. It's on the right side. Okay. Identify who that person is.
That is my partner, Jeff Harriet. Jeff Harriet.
Speak to the mic.
Jeff Harriet.
That was your partner, yes. The same vehicle.
Yes, sir. I told him to get on the ground without cursing. Just want to make that obvious. All right. Just want to say that. All right.
You tell me to face away from you.
That's normally what I tell the violator, to face away from me so I can come up and put my handcuffs on him.
Sarah, step out of the vehicle! Let me see your hands!
Thank you.
When you turn them back on, turn them one at a time back on instead of both at the same time.
At the time you gave him this command, could you describe the lightning condition in that area for us? Was it daylight or was it dark?
It was very dark.
Okay, can you describe the pickup truck for us?
The pickup truck was an older model Chevy Silverado with large rims on it.
What about the glass? The glass
In the windows.
in the windows. Was the driver in compliance with the order that you gave to him?
I guess he was listening to me, 'cause there was a lot of commands out there, but he was in compliance with the commands I was giving. Yes, sir.
You tell us again, what did you tell him? You said what?
Step out of the vehicle. Let me see your hands.
Okay, so you said step out of the vehicle. Did he step out of the vehicle?
Yes.
What else he said?
What does he say?
What did you say?
Let
Let me see your hand.
me see your hands.
Did you saw his hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what else you said?
Turn away from me.
Okay,
He didn't turn away from me.
okay.
And then we continued on.
Wow.
I said, get on the ground.
At the time you are giving this verbal command, did he ever resist any arrest?
No, sir.
Do you have to use any force at that time for you personally to gain any control of him?
No, sir.
Did you see Sergeant Pishon stomp or kick the driver with his foot?
No, sir.
Do you know what happened between Sergeant Pishon and the driver?
As in two relating to the kick, or
Yeah.
no, sir. I don't know what he saw.
Did you saw it?
Did I see the kick? No, sir.
Where was your partner at that time?
He was on the passenger side, dealing with the driver, about the passenger, putting him in handcuffs. I guess I didn't see him.
Okay. So your focus was who? On who?
My focus is on the driver.
Attended the witness.
Morning, Mark, my name is Eric Hess. I'm representing Sergeant Troy Pishon. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. Morning.
You were assigned to Troop B at the time, but detailed to Operation Silver Bear. Was that?
Assigned to Troop L at the time, but assigned to Operation Silver Bear.
Okay. And were you there in a uniform capacity?
Yes, sir.
As a uniformed officer, you're required to wear your body camera affixed to your uniform and on a activated condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you do so?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the did you ever work in plainclothes?
No, sir.
Okay. So on this particular night, you and Trooper Harriot, is it Harriot? Harriot?
I just called him Jeff.
Yeah, let's call him Jeff.
I call him-
Let's make it easy on everybody.
Yeah.
So you and Jeff were partners,
Yes.
riding in a two-man car?
Yes.
And you described this event and you described it. I see why you're at the PIO. You described it to the commission and to me, just as a regular, hey, I'm walking around and there were some gunshots and I see my buddy on the ground and he gets up and I'm like, what's going on? Right?
Yes, sir.
That's not exactly, it was probably a little bit more exciting than that, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you know, you said you heard shots and you see your partner on the ground and a truck speeding away. Were you concerned that maybe he was shot?
I was concerned that maybe my partner got hit by the vehicle and that he's hurt.
Okay. Who did you attribute the gunshots to?
Say that again?
You heard gunshots prior to that.
Yes.
Why did you not think, oh, shoot, my partner has been hit as opposed to he got hit by a car? Who did you attribute the gunshot? That didn't concern you, the gunshots?
At that time, sir, I didn't think about that. I just saw him getting up, a weapon in his hand, and then the truck driving in the parking lot very slowly and then speeding off.
But there were radio broadcasts made to kick in this pursuit, correct? Or to notify other officers of the pursuit, weren't
That
there?
was chaotic.
No doubt.
That part was a little chaotic. So we're on the radio. I don't know if Sergeant Pishon thought we were shot. I don't know if NOPD thought we were shot. I don't know if LSP thought we were shot. Everybody's speaking on the radio. We couldn't figure out what was going on, but we're in pursuit now. Then everybody's starting to follow us.
And when we say everybody, we're talking about NOPD, LSP, any police officer that was within radio shot was probably going to help, right?
Yes, sir.
And normally when you get that kind of response, it's because you think a police officer's been injured or a police officer's been shot or shot at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what these guys thought, right?
A lot of people did think that, sir.
Okay. And you don't blame them for thinking that, right?
I don't, because like I said, it wasn't my best radio traffic, but the radio traffic was kind of confusing.
And that happens, right?
It does, sir.
Okay. And nobody's blaming you.
No.
But you know that Sergeant Troy Pishon was one of those persons that were under the reasonable assumption that it was a police officer that had been fired at and or struck.
Yes, sir.
You don't fault him for that, do you?
No, not at all, sir.
So when you get on the scene, let me go back. prior to that, y'all were actually chasing, there were two cars being pursued, correct? And one car pulled over relatively quickly?
I think it was two vehicles. It might have been that Nissan Z, I think, but in my focus was the truck. I saw the truck. I don't remember seeing the other vehicle.
And Sergeant Pishon, it essentially was just you and Sergeant Pishon that went after the second vehicle or continued after the second vehicle. Do you know how that happened?
I know there was a black Tahoe, not a black Tahoe, a black F-150. I don't know if that was the Fed or an undercover guy, but I know it was multiple units. It just wasn't me.
Do you know Troy Pishon?
Yes.
Did you see him did you know he drove a Durango, a blue Dodge Durango?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that was him that pulled up? I know sometimes
So he didn't appear because he came out of nowhere pretty much on I-10 when we're getting ready to because you say down the vehicle. That's when I see the Durango, then Sergeant Pishon stepping out of it.
Okay. But would it be fair to say at that time there was only 3 vehicles on the scene? You and Jeff Pishon, and then somebody
When we down the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay.
When I stepped out the vehicle, I didn't look behind me.
Okay, but you did see the video shot that we're about to see again with the officer. I believe it was a K9 guy, but you could see the magazine.
Okay.
So that was, and then you could see you pointed yourself out. So
So
obviously there was somebody behind you.
I understand what you're saying, but like how many vehicles?
Okay, that's
I don't know, sir.
And you said, you recall saying, you were asked that, was he compliant with you, with your instructions?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. And you actually said, I guess he was listening to me. Remember saying that?
Yes.
All right. Because he was doing half of what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know why he's not doing the other half, do you?
It was chaotic. So a lot of commands are being given. You hear the echoes. I'm yelling. Most of the time, the violator's not going to focus on one person. They're going, but what's going? He's got his hands up. I'm trying to be louder than everybody else, but there's a lot of different commands going on at that time.
And let's be fair.
Mm-hmm.
You were hoping he was focusing on you because really y'all are trained that only one person should be given orders, correct? On a felony stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's so to lessen the chaos and lessen the confusion. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
But would you also agree that in a situation like that is chaotic, especially where it's believed that police officers have been fired upon by these gentlemen, that there's going to be even more concern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he never turned away from you, did he?
No, sir.
And you said that's what I'd like to get them to do, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that if they turn away from you, it's a lot easier, it's a lot more comfortable, it's a lot more safer to approach them when he can't look and see what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When an individual has turned away from you and he's looking over his shoulders all the time at you, does that concern you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Because he may do something to hurt you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this gentleman, when we talk about the driver of the vehicle, when he gets out the car, he doesn't turn away from you, does he?
No, sir.
He's in fact looking around to see whatever he's trying to look around for, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's not fully proned out, is he?
No, sir.
Do you prefer him to be fully proned out when you approach?
I prefer him to listen to my commands.
Okay. And people were telling him to get down on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was on all fours.
He did go. Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't go to the ground proned out, right?
No, sir.
And when somebody is on all fours like that, he did raise his hands at some point.
Yes, sir.
But never to the point where you could see what was underneath his shirt, if anything. Would you
I
agree?
didn't see what's under his shirt.
Okay. You'd be looking for a weapon though, right?
I was looking for a print. Yes, sir.
And when you raised it, as a matter of fact, we're going to see it in a second, but you never had him turn around and make sure that you could scan his entire waistband or anywhere else where he
Couldn't
might
see it,
have a
sir.
weapon. Okay.
We had a lot of lights out there, but it wasn't that bright to actually see if he had something on his.
Never like real life. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And actually, could you play that video? But you can, if you can go to like 19. Actually, just play the whole.
Mr. Hessler, would you talk into the microphone? I'm gonna have to listen to this later and I'm not gonna.
I'm
pick you
sorry.
up. If you could.
I'm afraid I'm going to knock something over. Yes, ma'am. Just started from where you've been starting it for the state. Sarah, step out of the vehicle. Sarah, step out of the vehicle. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Video. You saw him with his hands up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you cannot see if there's a weapon under his waistband or concealed in his waistband, can you?
No, sir.
And that's a logical, normal place where somebody would conceal a weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you see inside that vehicle and see what, who's in that vehicle? How many people are in that vehicle?
No, sir.
And you see what those people are doing in that vehicle?
No, sir.
That car door is open though, correct? That
Yes,
truck?
sir.
If you were to be in Sergeant Pison's position, he very well may have an opportunity to peer inside that vehicle or see inside that vehicle and get some further intelligence.
Objection,
Would
speculation.
you agree with that?
Overruled.
State the question again, sir.
With that door being open, if there's if there was another officer parallel to that car, he may be able to peer in that open door and get more intelligence. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So he would have a little bit more information than you would have, right?
Yes, sir.
And that gentleman, when he's about to be on his all fours, he can still easily, without even losing balance, reach into his waistband and draw a weapon. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Does he ever go fully prone out?
I don't believe so, sir. No.
Okay. Except when Officer Pichon moves toward him, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can continue playing it, please.
You want in the back?
And when Officer Pichon moved into that, towards that gentleman, you holstered your weapon, didn't you? Once he was prone out, correct?
I holstered my weapon when I believe it was Grav say, I'm on your six or I'm behind you. That's when I holstered my weapon and we move in almost like simultaneously because I didn't even know Grav was behind me.
Okay, so, but you saw, but you didn't just move in because, did you move in because you saw Pichon had him proned out?
Yes.
And that made the scene safe enough for you, A, to move closer, and B, to holster your weapon. Would you agree?
Yes.
You can turn the lights back on. You can turn the lights back on.
Much better.
So you're at the side of that door. I mean, you're at the side of the truck, helping to handcuff him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you see Trooper Pichon move to the vehicle and clear the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty sound tactics. Would you agree?
Pretty smart of him.
Sorry?
Pretty smart of him. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that back seat had to be cleared
Yes, sir.
too, also.
Yes, sir.
We need to help him.
I don't think I need help. This is just gonna happen. So ultimately you had two people were in that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And no weapons were found? You know,
I don't recall that one, sir. I don't believe so.
in that video, did you see Jeff walking up to the, well, I'd say walking up, but approaching with gun ready position, walking up to the passenger side?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And he did that before the vehicle was even cleared, correct? He did that before Pichon's approach. Would you agree with that?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. Did that concern you that he was, that the trooper, that Jeff was moving into that position?
No, sir.
Okay, why not?
I was just focused on, I'm not,
See him, or did you only see him in the video?
I saw him on my peripheral, but my focus is on the driver.
Did you know that there was a passenger that was in that vehicle that he was engaging with?
At the time when he's giving the commands, yes.
Okay, so you heard his commands also?
Yes.
And but that gentleman stayed in for a period of time longer than this guy did, the driver, right?
Oh, I don't know, sir.
1 second, sir. Okay. And again, you were saying that what you would have liked to have done if the guy complied was to walk him back to you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's because, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's because if he's back to you, you can control him without having to approach a car with unknown threats in it, right?
Yes, because I couldn't clear it.
And despite you thinking it's best he come to you, Officer Jeff, or Lieutenant, not Lieutenant Jeff, or Lieutenant, man, this old Jeff,
Mhm.
he approached the car even before, without trying to call that guy back in too, also, correct?
On the video, I see him. I don't know if that passenger is poking his head out or out the vehicle, so I can't even speak on to what happened on the right-hand side because I wasn't paying attention to that.
And despite, would you agree with this, that despite your best intentions, despite your training, that sometimes these things happen?
What things?
These things where guy didn't comply with it, he didn't come back to you, he didn't do what you wanted to do that you thought would have been the safest thing to do.
It does happen, sir.
And you still have to deal with that situation, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Police officer. And you said you didn't see Sergeant Pichon come down, throw him out on the ground?
No, sir.
How is it you didn't see that?
I was holstering my weapon. So at my hours are coming down, I'm putting my weapon in. And it's almost like that's at the same time. So whatever happens, happens, and then it's in and I'm up. And then I see the guy going on to the ground. And then that's when I run over and take my try to take my handcuff out and put the guy in handcuffs.
Yes, sir. 1 second. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
You go on, no question.
Y'all have any questions? Any questions? None from the commission.
Is this witness free to
Yes.
go?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go for the rest of the day.
All right. Thank you.
Can we call Mr. Harry? Oh. Jeff Harriot.
Yeah, they just go.
Mhm.
Fix that down.
He said, yeah.
No.
I'm just gonna not touch that. We're gonna look on this. Let's look at it. Oh, pretty cool. Wait a second.
Grab it. Take it up. It's is what it is.
Aim it at the height of Mr. Hudson.
It was just loose.
We ready?
Okay. Mr. Hassler, you cannot touch the microphone.
That's not order.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
I'll remind you that you're on.
Good morning. I'm gonna call it Jeffrey.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
All right. Give us your full name, please.
Jeffrey Harriet,
And what agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
What?
Troop L,
Okay, Trooper. What's your current title, sir?
Trooper,
How long you been a state trooper?
a little over 4 years.
Like, I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on July 16, 2022. Tell us your assigned duty on that day.
I was working at the Golden Eagle assignment down in New Orleans.
Is that the same thing as Silver Bear?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, I just want to
I
make
assume
sure.
it's the same thing. I've heard both names.
Okay, well. You call it Golden Eagle? Is that what you call it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Golden Eagle and Operation Silver Bear, they are the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Were you by yourself?
I was with Xavier Martin.
Okay. Were you the driver or the passenger?
I was a passenger.
Okay. Let me zoom you up and bring you to the point where you all make contact with the occupant of the pickup truck.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to play you an exhibit that we already introduced into evidence, Exhibit 6. Which is different. Exhibit 6. Thank you. That's the in-car camera. So you're Martin, 6. 6. (1958) Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Whose vehicle is this, please?
That's the suspect vehicle we were tracing from the gas station.
I'd like you to focus on the right side here.
Okay.
Who is that?
That's me.
You describe for us what was, oh, gone too fast.
Would you like me to play or?
No,
Go
no,
back.
go back a little bit. The reason why I want to go back is that I want you to describe for us what was really taking place between you and the passenger.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You want me to just narrate as it's going on?
Yes,
We're giving commands here.
you could speak to the mic, please.
Okay, we're giving commands from the exit the vehicle here. The passenger wasn't doing what I was saying at first, I think because there was some type of language barrier. So I approached and escorted him to the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. At the point when did you see anything that is happening on the driver's side?
I did not know. No, I did not.
Okay, so where was your concentration?
On the passenger.
At that point, was this passenger any threat?
Was the passenger what?
A threat?
Not from what I could see, no.
Why was that?
It appeared he had his hands, he was coming out of the vehicle with his hands like this in the air.
I don't think they can see that.
He was coming out of the vehicle showing me his hands.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I approached the passenger. I was telling him to get on the ground. He wasn't there was a language barrier, so he wasn't getting on the ground. So I approached the passenger and put him on the ground.
And that's all. Can we tell the line? Yes. So you didn't see what happened with the driver's side?
Correct.
Did you have opportunity to view this video?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw it?
It was with an interview at the FIU office. Can't remember exactly when it was.
What was your impression of when you saw it?
Objection. Form of the question.
Sustained.
Was it passenger? Was it driver? You said you didn't see what happened with the driver, did you?
Correct.
Okay. But you did saw what happened with the passenger?
Yes.
Okay. Then at the witness.
Morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
My name's Eric. I'm representing Sergeant Pichon. What initiated this pursuit?
We had a call that there was reckless driving in the area. We followed the vehicles to the gas station, and at the gas station they took off from us.
Okay. Something else happened, right?
I got into a shooting at the gas station. He did. So you want me to go through the whole scenario, the whole situation? I approached. There was several vehicles at the gas station. I approached one vehicle that sped off. The vehicle that was behind him sped towards me. I shot towards the driver to get him to stop, and after that, there was a pursuit.
Okay. Did you have your body worn camera on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's that. There'd be another video that hasn't been shown yet.
Okay.
To you at least, correct?
Today?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long did this pursuit last from the time you encountered them at the gas station until the time that the vehicle pulled over on I-10 in Michoud, I believe?
10, 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, so it was an extended chase. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that initially there were maybe two cars involved and one car pulled over?
Yes, sir. I do remember that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I suggested to you or said that the majority of the police officers stopped with that first vehicle?
Yes,
And then there was only you and another car, and then I think a third car ended
Yes.
up, there was only three cars ended up on the I-10. Would you agree with me?
correct. Yes. I
And
would.
one would have been Sergeant Pichon, who was by himself in plain clothes,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
You know Sergeant Pichon?
yes.
You knew him before this incident?
I mean, we met, I mean, different assignments here and there with Golden Eagle.
Okay,
So yes,
okay. And there was a car behind you. Canine officer, were you aware of that?
I was not aware of it at the time. No.
Okay, so you only knew of one other car that would have been the plainclothes unmarked Durango.
Yes,
Would you agree with that?
yes.
But you knew that was an LSP
I did know. Yeah.
officer in,
Yes, sir.
in that position.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to the LSP Academy, obviously.
Yes, sir.
You've learned tactics, felony stop tactics, approaching vehicles, takedowns,
Mhm.
physical takedowns, car takedowns, et cetera. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think this thing went perfectly?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen the videos and you don't see anything wrong from what you've seen in your training and the actions taken by the police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all are trained to ideally only one person gives orders on a felony stop. Would you-
Yes,
would you
correct.
agree?
Yes.
And that's to lessen the confusion of the person you're given. There's one order, one person to respond to, right?
Yes.
There were multiple people yelling multiple commands. Would you agree?
Yes.
It's not ideal, right?
No, it's not.
It's not ideal when you cannot see inside the interior of a vehicle to determine the occupants or what they're doing. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Could you see inside what they were doing?
Could not know.
Okay, is that concerning to you at all?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Vehicle, that particular vehicle, the suspect vehicle was in fact tinted, heavily tinted. Would you agree?
Yes.
And if you could play that video from the same period of time. This is the suspect truck, correct?
Yes.
This is the vehicle, in-camera car vehicle of the car you're in.
Yes, sir.
The vehicle to the left would be the Durango driven by Sergeant Pichon.
Yes, sir.
And it appeared that he might have tried to run Sergeant Pichon off the road right then. Is it?
It looked that way.
That's not a very pleasing thing, is it?
No, it's not.
You know why there's no audio at this time?
Do I know?
Well, I'm asking. Stop right there, man. Is this Sergeant Pichon to your knowledge, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And he's armed with a long rifle with a attack rifle in front of it?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the driver. That door is open, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to you, do you know if possibly, is it possible that Sergeant Pichon could now see into that vehicle? And maybe see what the passenger's back doing?
Possibly.
Okay. You certainly can't, can you?
I cannot
From
know.
where you are? Okay. You can continue, man. All right, stop right there, please. Okay, yeah, you can go back a little bit.
No, you got too far.
This is.
Go further. Okay. try that.
You did a good job. You go, wait.
Okay, stop right there. Okay. Time lapse. So,
We're just gonna have to.
okay, just. All right, this is you right here, moving up, right?
Correct.
Okay, stop right there. Keep right there, man. Thank you. You're pretty close to the back of that truck, right?
Yes.
Heck of a lot closer than Sergeant Pichon is, right?
Yes.
And this is a subject doing something inside the truck, right? Or just possibly exiting? What's he doing?
From what I remember, he was kind of just working his way out with his hands in the air.
Okay. Do you know what Sergeant Pichon saw him doing in that truck prior to
I
that
I
picture
know,
right there?
I do not know.
Okay. And you're in a pretty vulnerable position right now, correct? 'Cause
Yeah.
he's still in the crux of that door. All he's got to do is turn and get inside that car again, right?
Yes,
Correct?
yes,
So you're in a pretty vulnerable position. Would you agree?
yes,
And you don't have a whole lot of reaction time because of that distance, right?
Right.
Distance equals reaction time. Sergeant Pichon's a little bit further away, right?
right.
But we're gonna continue that in a second, and you're gonna see him, he's gonna pick up the speed a little bit too. Now, you can start it now. Okay, now you can stop. And you can turn the lights back on. Thank you. So you just saw that whole sequence of events, correct?
Yes.
Sergeant Pichon doesn't know what you see, I guess, right?
Right,
And you don't know what Sergeant Pichon saw, right?
correct.
But you admitted that you were in a vulnerable position.
Yes,
And you saw Sergeant Pichon come into the,
I didn't see him at the time.
okay. But after you saw that, did you see him clear that vehicle with you?
At the time,
Yes.
not that I recall. I don't remember seeing him at all.
Not enough ladies. So eventually y'all moved in and you can start the rest of it, man.
Can we go back a little?
No, that's fine. You can continue it through. Okay, and you see yourself, you even open that door and look in, right?
Yes,
And there's 3 other police officers that help clear that vehicle, right?
yes.
And you can turn it off and turn on the lights. Thank you. So even after removing and securing the 2 occupants, there was a real reasonable concern that it might be occupied by additional perpetrators, correct?
Yes.
And do you fault these officers for what you saw them do,
No, yeah,
including Sergeant Pichon?
no.
One second, please. Thank you, sir.
Commissioners?
Yes, hold on.
Sorry, okay.
It's not gonna be that fast.
Okay.
Looking at the video, you seemed very comfortable going towards the passenger, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you describe for us the tactics that you use in approaching the passenger?
I had my weapon drawn. And that he wasn't listening to what I was saying. I was telling him to get on the ground. He wasn't listening. So I approached him. That's basically all the there wasn't perfect tactics, but that's what I was doing.
Did you saw his hands?
From what I remember, I saw his hands.
You did not kick him, did you?
No,
You did not stomp him in the head, did you?
no, I didn't.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to ask you. That's all I have for you.
Commissioners,
No questions.
is this witness free to go?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
You are free to go.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. before we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have to get our next witness.
Okay, call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Jordan Garrett,
Garrett?
Garrett, Jordan is the first name.
What's his name?
Did anyone reach Michael
Mhm.
Smith?
He's here.
He's here.
It looks like I'm releasing.
Pause
after the next one is
Do you want to do it now?
No, I just wanted to make sure he showed up.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a possible report.
Remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we back in
Yes,
session?
we are back in order.
Good morning, Sergeant Garrett.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Jordan Garrett,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
You gotta think about it.
I
What's your,
was making sure I heard the question.
what's your current title?
The in-service coordinator for the training academy. I also teach defensive tactics.
And how long have you been a staff at the training academy?
Just over 4 years.
Okay. Could you describe for us what you do on a daily basis, please?
Really, it's either training cadets or in-service training, but typically supervising the in-service training or, defensive tactics training for cadets and in-service, but supervising, it kind of goes back and forth, whatever they have me tasked for that day.
Is it correct to say that you are not physically present when the incident that we are here on July 16, 2022?
Yes.
Were you interviewed by the IA?
Yes.
What was your involvement in this matter?
I was contacted by Internal Affairs in order to give a training opinion on the matter in hand.
Did you saw a video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you in 1 minute. Before we go there, how much of the video did you see?
I saw, I'm thinking back, it's been till January. I saw up to the point where vehicles stop, they have the felony stop and take the person and the 2 people into custody.
Are you familiar with it? Sometimes they call it high-risk traffic stop.
Yes, sir. Felony stop. Yes, sir.
Is that the same thing they call felony?
Yes, sir.
stop?
High risk stop. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's an interchangeable word. They call it high risk.
Sure. It's same concept. And yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the LSP training concerning the control tactics?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to play you this video and then I'll follow up. We have the video up, but I want to play it from 1958 to 2058, and then I will follow up with some questions.
Yes, sir.
We have the video up already. For clarity, I would just want to make sure. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop? Can you identify for us who is this?
That's Sergeant Pichon.
And can you identify who that trooper is?
By the bald head, I believe that's Trooper Harrio.
Play, please. Okay. All right. Now we have the light. Do you want to see that again, or you
No, sir.
deal with it? Tactically, will you describe for us what is the training academy and how to handle this kind of high risk traffic stop?
So typically on a felony stop and, training, we always say when feasible, because these things are tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving. We understand that. But a felony stop is taught where we are removing these subjects from the vehicle and bringing them away from their vehicle in order to place them in a safer position to where and they're facing away, where we can put them into either a prone position, typically, where we can then hold cover and take them into custody in a safe manner.
Can you elaborate can you elaborate on the conduct of Sergeant Troy Pishon from what you saw on the video?
So, and this is one of the things, just like with any, pursuit or use of force, this thing is rapidly evolving, and unfortunately the person pulled over and Sergeant Pishon is in an awkward position. Admittedly, when you teach, typically you have two vehicles or all the vehicles behind the vehicle, but you can never dictate where this person's going to stop, admittedly, of course. But regardless, it's taught to stay behind cover to avoid, you have a much broader view of what's going on. You have all the challenges that you're dealing with, things that are happening internally, your adrenaline, you get a broader view of what's going on and one person's going to take charge to remove the subjects away from the vehicle one at a time. Of course, as long as they are complying in this sense, everybody's getting out the car. In the video, unfortunately, the vehicle is rushed and force is used to the subject that is going down to the ground, which, you can see the hands are here and going down to the ground, in reference to training. And that's why I'm asked, what we're taught, what we would teach. In my opinion on that, I didn't think it was necessary in regarding to inconsistent with our training.
You said it's an awkward position. Why do you think that Sergeant Pishon was in an awkward position?
Well, I mean, it's just the pursuit, where he was stopped. I mean, he's reacting to the person pulling over. So he's up kind of almost to the side of it. And initially he's deployed behind cover, which, I mean, we're good with that. You can never dictate where this person's going to stop, no doubt. My concern was more the giving up your training, going into a potential crossfire situation with the vehicles that are behind and rushing up to the subject rather than removing him and placing him back into a more disadvantaged position, which we teach for safety purposes, or let alone a bunch of other factors.
You did indicate in your testimony that you are also trained to stay behind the cover.
Yes, sir.
Did Sergeant Pishon do that in this?
No, sir.
Can you elaborate as use of force? Are you also, when an officer use of force, are they required to write a report?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of the policy?
Yes, sir.
That's the question I have.
Good morning, Sergeant Garrity.
Good morning, sir.
Garrett, I'm sorry.
That's okay, sir.
My name is Eric Hessel. I'm representing Sergeant Pishon today.
Yes, sir.
How many times did you look at this video, Sergeant?
I can't recall how many times, to be honest with you. It was in January.
Okay.
Enough to, get the appropriate information for what I was seeing to make the call that I needed to.
Right. And certainly more than once.
Yes, sir. I would imagine. Yes, sir.
Right. And certainly you slowed it down, stopped it, went back and reversed it and everything else.
I can't answer that yes or no. Again, I know I watched the video.
Okay. And don't take any offense to this, but basically what you did was you armchair quarterbacking, right?
I did what I was asked to do in reference to looking at a potential use of force and analyzing it from a training perspective and referencing it to our policy, which doesn't have the same standards as the law does. Like the law, I get it. I have to look at it from the eyes of the individuals on scene. However, our policy is more restrictive than the law. It's in a necessity rather than objective, reasonable standard. And that gives me the ability to look at this video and make that call and give my opinion.
Right. And in your opinion, it wasn't necessary.
No, sir.
And do you think it was done maliciously?
No, sir. No, I mean, that's not, never did I say that. No, sir.
No, I'm just asking. So he deviated from training.
Yes, sir.
You think he intentionally deviated from training?
I can't make that call.
You see anything that in your opinion, you actually give an opinion?
Yes, sir. Well, my opinion was, again, we look at the words here and what our policy states, which is the least amount of force necessary in this case. And if we want to know what the word necessary means, basically it means it needs to happen. I can analyze this and say why. I can make my opinion and say that did not need to happen. One, because he didn't follow the training and staying behind cover. And two, of course, in any use of force, I'm not saying you have to use only tactics that you were trained to do. However, I didn't think any person can look at that and say that needed to happen. A strike to the upper back running up as the person I can see from the camera video was going down. I didn't think it's necessary in this situation.
Would it be fair to say you could see that he was on all fours?
I mean, you saw the video that I did. Yes,
I
sir.
did, I'm saying, and you're saying
I would have to look at it again. It looked to me that he's going down to the ground. Yes, sir. Following commands or doing something that you would wish somebody to do, or that was not resisting.
and failing to follow orders is a passive resistance. Would you agree?
Failing to, well,
Follow
you
the-
see, but that's why where I was not supposed to go, because that's not my job. I'm not looking at this from an objective, reasonable standard, because I know what you're using, passive resistance and that kind of stuff. I'm looking at it and analyzing it from a policy perspective, and our policy is more restrictive than the law standard, the objective, reasonable standard.
Okay. And since when did now you understand that you can't train for every scenario?
Absolutely, I 100% agree.
And you use the terms the unfortunate position he was in, right?
100%, yes, sir.
And it's even made worse by the fact that they believe that these persons in the truck had used deadly force against an officer.
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a little bit concerning to the officer on the street, don't you think, that he's parked in a lane of traffic on the interstate and traffic is flying by him at about 70 miles per hour?
Yes, sir.
That's dangerous too,
Mhm.
right? So you might be behind cover, but then you're not visible to the vehicles that are flying by. You're doing 100 miles per hour, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're kind of in a bad situation.
There's no doubt about that. You see, but that again, all those things, if I was asked to look at this from an objective, reasonable standard, everything you're tense and certain, rapidly evolving, all the enumerated factors that you're bringing up in reference to, if we were looking at this from the law standard, right? The grand factors, all those things that you're stating, I would be subject to that standard. All I was asked to do, I'm looking at this from a policy violation, which is the least amount of force necessary. That was, in my opinion, not the least amount of force necessary in order to accomplish whatever objectives Sergeant Pichon was trying to do in that regard.
Okay. And you said it also when feasible.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Who decides when it's feasible to do with the training policy, with the training
Again,
regards?
I was asked to give my training opinion. It's not my job to do that. It's just, hey, what is your opinion on this in reference to training? If you ask my opinion, I didn't think it was necessary in this situation. I didn't think it was feasible either.
Okay. And is that in your opinion based on what they asked you, or is that your opinion based on everything you know?
Well, I mean, and everything that in any situation, and we got to take every situation in an individual basis, of course.
Okay. And so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
consider the fact that while he was behind training
Mhm.
for initially, that was okay, right? That's what y'all teach, right?
Can you, what's the
Initially-
question?
Well, you said that y'all train him to stay behind cover.
Hmm.
Okay, and he left his cover.
Mhm.
Right? But it's
Bless you.
his cover was also concealing him from traffic, wasn't it?
Okay, sure.
So he can either die by standing there and getting hit by a car, or he can abide
So
by.
that isn't
do
the
by-
policy violation, though.
Sorry?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Let him finish his
Oh,
question.
yes, sir.
So does he have a choice of standing in a concealed position in traffic in order to maintain your training standards,
Mhm.
or maybe can he move out of the way?
So, okay, this is what I was going to answer. So the leaving the cover wasn't what I was saying violated policy. If that was the case, there would be several troopers who unfortunately rush vehicles more times, and it potentially leads them into dangerous situations. The policy violation was leaving that and rushing and striking the individual. That's the part that I did not feel the combination, but the force that was used, I didn't feel was necessary.
And let me ask you then, when somebody does policy violations,
Mhm.
it could put other troopers at risk, right?
Sure.
And then when those other troopers are put at risk, they might have to do something to lessen the risk to others, right?
I mean, that's dependent on the situation. Sure. Can't say yes or no on that.
This instance, can you play that tape again, please?
Mhm.
Just when they pull up to the side of the vehicle. Okay, stop the tape. Trooper Pichon is over here giving commands, presumably, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Presumably I
And did-
can't have audio, but yes, sir.
And did you see over here on the right side of the screen in the mirror, Trooper Harriot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and continue playing it and keep your eyes on the right-hand side. Okay, stop it, please. Who was rushing that? Who was closer to that car? Trooper Harriot back at the, or Pichon?
They were both near the vehicle.
Okay, and who was moving at a faster rate? Trooper Harriot or? Can you go back just about two, 3 frames? And just play it straight through. Okay, thank you. You can stop it. Sergeant Garrett, you saw that video we just watched, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it appear to you that Trooper Harriot is the one that's moving at a faster rate of speed and is closing the gap to that car quicker than Sergeant Pichon?
I mean, that's kind of I don't have my radar with me to get an exact timing. I mean, that's kind of subjective. They're both moving towards the car. There's no doubt.
Okay. So would it be feasible if Officer Pichon thought that that other officer was putting himself in danger, that he had to make a different move?
Again, that's a question that I don't have information on. You know, I was analyzing it from the policy violation. That's what I'm saying when I'm talking about the different standards.
Mhm.
I can make the training opinion from the view. I mean, I would never make a call on, what Sergeant Pichon was thinking, because I would have, if I was looking at it from that standard, I'd have to get all that, right? Because I don't know that he can only answer that question, what he was thinking or why he made the decision that he did.
So you didn't take into consideration anything of what his questions, what his answers to his questions were, why he did what he did? You didn't take any of that in consideration?
Well, I was given what I was given, and that was the video and the information background on the case. And again, it's not the moving towards the vehicle. That is against training. That's not what we teach. The issue I had was the strike to the upper back neck area. It wasn't, to my opinion, and I have extensive training on control tactics. It was not a control tactic that I thought was necessary in order to do whatever he thought he had to do in that situation, whatever he perceived. I didn't think it was necessary in that situation.
Were you told that he was trying to prone him down and get into the truck to clear the truck? Were you told that?
I don't remember.
Would it have been wise if a person was on all fours? Would it have been wise for any officer under any circumstances to straddle him while that subject was on all fours and could raise up and knock him down or anything like that.
Are you asking, would it have been wise to get him in a control tactic there?
Actually, I'm asking, would it be wise to stand over him when he's not in a controlled position?
No, it wouldn't.
And for handcuffing and control positions, isn't the ideal position completely prone, flat out,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and facing away from you?
Yes, sir. But we give orders in order to put him in that position, not stomp them down.
Okay. And he wasn't compliant, well,
Again, I'm looking at this from the camera footage. In my opinion, it looked like he was going down to the ground with his hands up. I just watched this video just like you did. I looked at it, and that's what it looked like he was doing to me.
okay. Now also part of y'all's training is one person on a felony stop gives the orders. correct?
Yes, sir.
That was violated, wouldn't you agree?
I'm not sure who was giving the commands here. I don't remember with the audio. I'm not sure.
And you're saying did you see training violations occur by other people too?
Sure.
Any of those persons been recommended for training, retraining, or you address that?
That hasn't come to me. I don't make those decisions. However, again, I was asked to give my opinion on the training, but also policy violations. The felony stop and rushing the vehicle, that's not the question here. It's against training. That's not what we teach. But again, you said it. It's when feasible. So they may have thought this may have been the feasible time not to follow that.
And that would be a training situation, right?
Sure. We could talk about that. Yes, sir.
So this could have been handled as a training scenario, a training as opposed to discipline, or is that out of your field, out of your chain of command?
Oh, that sure. Not the force that was used.
That's not you can't deal with that. In
Well, I mean, that's the question at hand is the policy violation.
do you know if he's ever been recommended for training?
I'm not sure. No, and look, my opinion on Sergeant Pichon has always been, solid, and that's has nothing to do with the situation that I was asked to look at.
Here, 1 second, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if, did you write this administrative report or was this your statement? Did you read your statement?
I mean, I'm aware of my statement. I probably general idea. I submitted something to a little snippet to Internal Affairs.
And so in there's a statement or a sentence that says it's attributed to your review. That this distinction shows that force can be reasonable yet also unnecessary.
Right. And that distinction is kind of like what I was referring to before. Like we're not analyzing this from like a law standpoint, it's clearly been stated that policy can be more restrictive when it refers to use of force than the law. And that's what I mean. It's a different standard.
Right. And the officer on the street who is in real time,
Mhm.
not behind the desk reviewing
Mhm.
video.
I agree. Yes, sir.
He's doing something that's completely reasonable. And yet we're here today because other people that weren't there says it's reasonable, but it wasn't. We don't think it was necessary.
Well, I wasn't looking at it from that angle because that's not my purview. My sole role in this was to analyze it from the policy.
No further questions. Thank you.
I have a follow-up, Sergeant Garrett. Based upon your review of the video, did you see any force used by Sergeant Pichon?
Yes, sir.
And what force was used?
It was a strike to the upper back area.
You mentioned a couple of times policy violation. Are you familiar with the PO 233 use of force policy?
238, yes, sir.
You already mentioned it during your your testimony, and I want you to look at Exhibit 9. I would like to introduce this into a.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you have any objection?
No objection.
Said
So
9.
admitted.
Exhibit 9, Exhibit 9. You testified to this before. Could you look at Exhibit 9? What is the policy violations according to our policy on Exhibit 9?
Would you like me to read it?
Oh, yes, if you can.
Okay, so when practical, officers shall use.
Just 1 second. Can we,
Sorry.
can we publish this?
You admitted it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exhibit 9, please, can we publish this? I really want the commission to see this. Exhibit 9, page 1. They could see. I hope so. Can you see?
You don't need them.
This one?
This man.
Actually, you already testified to this. Can you please tell us again, what is the policy required?
So when practical, officers shall use reasonable de-escalation tactics gained through training and experience, remaining mindful of officer safety practices. Officers should attempt to use the least amount of force necessary and make a reasonable attempt to resolve a situation as peacefully as possible.
In your review of the video, did Sergeant Pishon use the least amount of force necessary?
No.
In your training, is this what we train our troopers?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Is the action of Sergeant Pishon in line with our training at LSP?
No.
I mean, he's a supervisor, isn't it? He's a
Yes, sir.
sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And he's well trained.
Yes, sir.
And he's a supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Can I have redirect on that policy just once?
Well, since it's already outside of. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, part 2 of that,
Yes, sir.
it says remaining mindful of officer safety practices. Officers should attempt to use the least amount of force necessary and make a reasonable attempt to resolve a situation as peacefully as possible.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And it's your opinion that in light of that sentence,
Mhm.
that this situation wasn't resolved as peacefully as possible?
No.
Okay. This individual wasn't injured in any way, shape, or form, was he?
I'm not sure.
Okay, no further questions.
First, any questions? Is this witness ready
Yes,
to go?
you could go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Captain Jackson, please.
Jackson?
Yeah.
Who's this guy? Did they just call Jefferson? Who did it? Okay. This might have got the name.
Oh, God.
Was the, you're supposed to be.
Remind you that your name is.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Captain. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Good morning.
Can you speak to the mic, please?
Good morning.
All right. You tell us your full name, sir.
Patrick Van Jackson,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
What's your current title, sir?
Captain Training Academy.
Give us a brief summary of your duties and assignment as Training Academy Commandant.
I supervise the experts who design, develop and deliver training.
Are you a member of the Louisiana State Police Use of Force Review Board?
For this particular incident, yes, sir, I was.
You briefly tell us what is the activities of, what do you do as part of the Use of Force Review Board?
We review the complaint or the issue to see if there are any violations of policy.
Could you tell us what was your involvement in this matter?
It was simply to review the facts that were given for the incident that occurred and decide whether the violation was sustained or not.
Before I move on, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with high-risk traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
Is it the same thing that they call felony stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you also familiar with the LSP academic teachings as to how to use coughing to control an offender?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are familiar with the teachings of the LSP Training Academy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You see what it says?
During your deliberations with the Use of Force Review Board, do you have the opportunity to view the video footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to play you a exhibit of Exhibit 6, and then I'll come back and ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. It's going to be at your back.
Oh, wonderful.
Let's start from 1958. No. 1958.
Yes.
All right, it's good right here. Yes.
If you want me to stop.
Yeah, keep going. I have the mic. Do you identify, do you know who this person is?
Sergeant Troy Pichon. Sergeant Pichon
Okay, do you know who the gentleman in bald head is?
appears to be Trooper Harriel.
All right, play. Do you know who this gentleman is in the middle? It's gone too fast. That's okay. Thank you. Okay, stop. Do you know who this gentleman is in the middle?
I can't really tell, sir.
Okay, what about this gentleman right here?
That looks like Daniel Graff. I'm not sure if it is.
Okay. All right. Keep playing, please. Keep playing. All right. Keep stop. We have the light. So during your deliberations with the Use of Force Board, can you just tell us what is the composition of the review, the Use of Force Review Board?
Lieutenant Colonel over support, the captain of training, the supervisor or commander of the section that the individual belongs to, and of course, the commander of over patrol, I believe.
Okay. When you all review these videos and observe this video, what was your, what you came out with? What was the recommendation?
The finding was sustained.
What findings?
Use of force violation.
Why was it sustained? Could you tell us why the use of force was sustained?
Because it wasn't in line with what we teach in training.
Could you tell this commission, what do we teach in training?
So the felony stop is to be conducted. And of course, we maintain a position so we can call the violator back to the vehicle. And as soon as we get the violator to a position of submission, we use the least amount of force necessary to get that violator cuffed and put into a vehicle for transport.
Did Sergeant Pishon follow that training in this video?
No, sir.
When you saw this video, did Sergeant Pishon use any force?
Yes, sir, he did.
What kind of force did he use?
It appeared to be excessive.
During the use of force review board, did you all have any recommendation as to the conduct of Sergeant Pishon?
I believe the recommendation was for additional training, and I don't really recall what other recommendation was made, sir.
Okay. And why was there any need for additional training? What's the reason why the use of force board recommended additional training?
The recommendation was based on what was seen in the video, and that additional training may keep it from happening in the future.
Just 1 second. I believe you testified, but I didn't want to put no words in your mouth. Did the use of force board found that a policy was violated?
Yes, sir.
And what policy was it violated?
238 use of force.
Use of force. As a commandant, when an officer use of force, are they required to write a report?
Yes, sir, they are. Yes.
And if they didn't write any report, is that a violation of the policy?
Seems it would be, sir.
All right. I tender the witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Captain. My name is Eric Hessel. I'm representing.
Good
Fort
morning,
Pishon.
sir.
You're over the academy, you say, training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stated that your job was to review the complaint or issue to see if there was any violations of policy. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now the state police use of force policy and reporting policies, those have undergone recent changes?
Yes, sir, they have.
And aren't they in fact still being revised?
Not sure of that, sir.
Okay. You've heard of the Bowman Group?
I have.
Were you involved in their assessments of the policies and procedures of the Louisiana State Police?
To make an objection, I don't see the relevance of Bowman Group because that took place way after this incident. And we are dealing with the incident that happened in July 16, 2022.
And I think it's relevant because they have issued, and I'm sure this commission knows, they've issued numerous, in excess of 50 recommendations on changing and clarifying the use of force policies. And I'm wondering if y'all implemented those.
To the extent all of that occurred after this incident, I don't see its relevance. I'm going to sustain you.
Thank you.
So do you coordinate with the Force Investigation Unit in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Do you know what the Force Investigation Unit is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is their purpose, to your knowledge?
They look into the use of force to see if it's in line with the department's training or see if it's criminal.
Okay. And were you aware that they found that their review revealed Sergeant Pishon's decision to use the force he intended to use was reasonable and necessary based on his perception and articulated concerns? Are you aware of that?
Shocked and appalled, but aware.
And that's the person's that's an administrative unit, correct?
It is.
And so you're aware that I didn't misquote it. It says the review revealed Sergeant Pishon's decision to use the force he intended to use was reasonable and necessary based on his perception and articulated concerns.
Sir, I'm not going to say I know all of that you just read. I know that they didn't find it criminal.
Okay. Okay. And you said that Sergeant Pichon didn't follow training, correct? And that would be that, I guess, one, he left cover.
That's one.
But y'all are trained to call the perpetrator back to your position, correct?
Correct.
And what if he just says, I'm not coming?
What if?
Well, did he come to the officers?
Did he ask him to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he understand English?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm going to ask you, what is the training when the person either doesn't understand English or simply doesn't comply?
Then
What
when
then are
it's
they trained to do?
when it's safe to move forward, we're going to figure out a plan to move forward.
Okay. And when we say we, we're talking about
The
the
officers
officer
on the
on the
scene.
scene,
Yes, sir.
which is what he determined, correct? And y'all
Absolutely.
just don't agree with that based on the training.
So there's a lot more going on than just not agreeing with him moving to the vehicle. If you want to get into that, we can, but it is not the movement to the vehicle that I really have the major problem with. But if he ascertains that the violator is in a position where we can move forward safely and conduct an effective arrest, I'm good with him moving forward and making that decision. I don't agree with him pulling his vehicle up to the side of the violator where he believed the violator may have a weapon of some type and put himself in danger. Not going to agree with that.
Okay.
Nor will I agree with him moving forward when someone else is giving directions to the violator and him being the aggressor and moving forward and trying to effect the arrest.
Okay.
Don't agree with that either.
Yes, sir. I understand.
So, and then the third thing that I don't agree with is the kick to the head. And that's where my problem comes in. So where the training academy and the use of force experts from the force investigative unit separate is right there with the kick in the head. So that's what I have a problem with.
Yes, sir. And did you have the information that Sergeant Pichon gave to the investigators to explain what he was doing, his intentions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you considered those?
I did.
Okay, and despite what he said, you still believe he violated training?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
You done?
Yes, I'm done with it.
Okay, we have commissioners who have questions. Commissioner Pre-K.
I only got one. What changed? Meaning what changed from y'all had said additional training to now it's 60 hours?
As far as the board goes, sir, that is pushed up to my higher ups and they make a decision.
Okay.
As far as the recommendation for additional training, I did not agree with it because it was a decision-making problem, not a training problem. I know that sounds kind of strange, but he consciously made a decision to kick that violator in the head. There's no point in a training process that we reach where it's acceptable to kick a violator in the head unless he's pointing a weapon at you and you have nothing else. But the recommendation of the additional training is usually something that goes along with an incident because something has to occur to better this person to improve their process of effecting an arrest.
When it left y'all, it was 60 hours. And then, when it left y'all, it was additional training and then somewhere else it became. 60.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
See you. Anybody? Let me get a follow-up question on this 60 hours versus additional training. Would it have been within your purview to recommend a suspension, or was your purview simply to recommend whether he needed additional training and the suspension is something that goes to someone else?
Suspension is someone else, sir.
Okay, so that would not have been a consideration y'all would have had.
No, sir.
That's it.
Is this witness free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Tony Washington. And then you.
Remind you that you remain on.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Tony Washington,
And what agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
How long do you work for the department?
5 years.
What division are you assigned on July 16, 2022?
Internal Affairs.
Could you describe for me some of your responsibility in internal affairs? What do you do?
Majority of what I do in internal affairs is case investigation. We do a little bit of admin work and support.
Were you assigned to conduct administrative investigation into the allegation of the use of force on the part of Sergeant Pishon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you conduct the investigation all by yourself?
No, sir.
Who partnered with you to conduct the investigation?
Sergeant Sharma in the training academy.
Okay. Excuse me. During the course of your investigation, what supporting documents did you review?
Interviews. Majority of it was interviews, in-car cameras, body-worn cameras, the training academy's thoughts on the use of force and policy.
As a result of you reviewing these documents, did you write any report?
Yes, sir.
I would like to show you an exhibit that is marked Exhibit 16 for identification. You tell us what is that, Exhibit 16.
Exhibit 16 is my report.
I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 16.
No objection.
So admitted.
As a result of your investigation, did you find any policy violations?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the commission what policy violations did you find?
Use of force reporting, and 1117, which is body-worn camera, in-car camera systems.
Okay, let's go over each one of them. Before I go further in my questioning, did you interview Sergeant Pishon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you prepare a snapshot of the video evidence we've seen several times here?
Yes, sir.
I would like to show you an exhibit that is marked Exhibit 8 for identification. Hold on just 1 second. Just 1 second, please. Exhibit 8, it's Exhibit 8-1, 8-2, 8-3, 8-4, all the way to, I believe, 8-17.
Yes, sir.
Who prepared these snapshots?
I did.
Okay, I would like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 8-1 in global.
No objection.
So admitted.
I'd like to go over a few of those snapshots and tell us what you observe in those frame snapshots, and tell us the number and then describe it for us.
Okay, on Exhibit 8.1, on the left of the screen, you can see Sergeant Pishon with his rifle light illuminated on the driver. You can
Hold on just a second. I would like the how do we do this? Hold on just 1 second. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You can see Sergeant Pishon in the front of his Dodge Durango. His rifle light is on and it's pointed towards the driver. The driver of the Chevrolet pickup truck has opened the door already. He's already out of the vehicle with his hands up. In the lower left corner of the screen, you can see
Trooper Martin, Xavier Martin's Dodge Charger. And the vantage point, the viewpoint is from Trooper Harrio. And you can see his service weapon is out and pointed at the driver. Next. In Exhibit 8.2, you can see pretty much the same thing that was going on in 8.1, but the driver now is going down to his knees. And you can also see his hands are up. In Exhibit 8.3, you can see Sergeant Pichon more towards the front of his unit. You can only see one hand of the driver on his knees, but now you can also see the passenger side door open, and you can see the passenger with at least one arm up. Now, Trooper Harriot is now focused on the passenger. In Exhibit 8.4, Trooper Harrio is closing in on the passenger. The passenger is faced towards the Chevrolet pickup, and on the left corner, on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see Sergeant Pichon closing in on the driver. In Exhibit 8.5, all you can see now is the passenger. You can see his hands are up, and Trooper Harrio is on the passenger back wheel area of the vehicle. In Exhibit 8.6, you can tell that Trooper Harrio is telling the driver to get on the ground with his right arm. The passenger still has his hands up. Exhibit 8.7, the passenger is going down towards the ground. He is listening to the commands of Trooper Harrio. And you can see Trooper Harrio's right hand going to make contact with the passenger. In Exhibit 8.8, you can see that right hand putting the passenger on the ground. All right, in Exhibit 8.9, this is the in-car camera vantage point of the traffic stop. In the left-hand corner of the screen, you can see Sergeant Pichon's rifle light illuminated. You can see the driver has both feet on the ground and both hands are up as he's exiting the vehicle. Exhibit 8.10, he's slowly going to the ground. He's not quite on his knees yet, but he's squatting. You can also still see Sergeant Pichon near the hood of his vehicle. Exhibit 8.11, the driver of the pickup truck is on both knees, both his hands are in the air, and Sergeant Pichon is still near his unit. Exhibit 8.12, you can see Sergeant Pichon raising his right leg, and the driver now has taken his hat off. He's on all fours. And when I say all fours, both hands are on the ground, on the pavement. Both knees are also on the pavement. And you can see Trooper Harrio approaching the passenger. Exhibit 8.13, you can see Sergeant Pichon making contact with the driver with his right foot as the driver
has both hands on the ground and the knees also on the ground. And Trooper Harrio is near the passenger side. Sergeant Pichon's rifle, light and rifle is pointed towards the passenger. And like I said, his right foot is on the back, well, the neck area of the driver. Exhibit 8.14. This was him approaching, this was Sergeant Pichon approaching the driver while the driver was on all fours. Exhibit 8.15, you can see Trooper Martin holstering his service weapon, and you can see Sergeant Pichon now, not quite on one knee, but his left arm and left hand is on the back of the driver of the pickup truck. At this point, the driver is prone. And on the right side of the screen, near the passenger side of the truck, you can see Trooper Harrio looking down towards the ground. Exhibit 8.16. Sergeant Pichon's rifle is still pointed towards the driver, but this is more into the kick of the neck area of the driver. The driver's head is now closer towards the ground due to the kick. His hands are still on the ground. His right elbow is on the ground and his knees are on the ground. And you can see the top of the head of Trooper Harrio on the right side of the screen. Exhibit 8.17. You can see Trooper Graff, Sergeant Pichon, and Trooper Martin. Trooper Martin is actually handcuffing the driver, and Sergeant Pichon and Trooper Graff is clearing the vehicle. And on the right side of the screen, you can see an unidentified trooper walking up, but you can also see Trooper Harrio handcuffing the passenger.
Can we have the light back on? Oh, thank you. Before I proceed, I wanted to show you a couple of exhibits and then we move on. I'll follow up with some questions. In the video, we did saw the rifle by Sergeant Pichon. I'd like to show you an exhibit that is marked exhibit 3.1 and 3.2 for identification. Okay. Everything is in your folder.
3.1.
Exhibit 3.1 and 3.2 for identification. Can you tell us what those are?
That's Sergeant Pichon's rifle.
I'd like to introduce this into evidence. Okay.
So admitted.
Also, I'd like to show you exhibit 4.1 for identification. Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
This is Sergeant Pichon's auto carrier.
What do you mean by auto carrier? Is that called a vest?
Plate vest, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Also, I'm not state police.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to introduce into evidence exhibit 4.1 and 4.2. Okay.
So admitted.
Also, I'd like to introduce into evidence exhibit 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. Excuse me, sir. You describe for us what these exhibits are?
These are Sergeant Pichon's Air Maxes that he wore on that night.
This footwear?
Yes.
Yeah, old school.
Yeah. Air Max.
I like to introduce that to the evidence.
Some nice shoes.
Yeah, some of
Yeah.
the shoes. Just 1 second. All right. Based upon your investigation interviews, were you able to what is your conclusion concerning your investigating findings concerning Sergeant Pichon's use of force?
That his use of force was outside of training academy practices, and it wasn't a technique that was taught by the training academy.
In your investigation, was the use of force necessary under the circumstances?
No, sir.
Now let's move on to when an officer I wanted to show you an exhibit. Let me slow down a little bit. Just 1 second. Because I made an error the first time. I believe we already introduced it into evidence. Exhibit 9. When an officer uses force, are they required to write a report?
Yes, sir.
I believe we already introduced it into evidence. You looked into Exhibit 9, use of force policy 15. I believe it's PO 238.15.
Yes, sir.
When is an officer required to complete use of force report?
They have 5 days to submit an electronic copy.
Are they required to write use of force when they use use of force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find any use of force report by Sergeant Pichon in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. There was an allegations or statement during your interview with him. Let's look at Exhibit 1. Are all personnel, where was Sergeant Pichon assigned at that time?
So Sergeant Pichon was the sergeant over narcotics at the time of the detail, but the actual detail itself was called Operation Silver Bear. And yes, so
All personnel, look at Exhibit 1. It's already in evidence, and look at page 6.
page 6.
Yes. What is the requirement for those? I'll give you a little bit of time. What is the requirement for personnel assigned to detail, including BOI?
Says all personnel assigned to the detail, including BOI, are required to wear and adhere to the body-worn camera procedures. This usage of the MVR and BWC shall be utilized in accordance with the procedural order 1109 and 1117.
Okay, I think I was jumping ahead. Look on page 5 also. What is the rule of engagement as to use of force reporting?
The use of force report should be submitted to the detail supervisor and forwarded up the chain of command as per LSP policy and procedure.
Can you read that first paragraph? The LSP, the first paragraph on page 5.
Okay. LSP personnel will adhere to the rules and regulations outlined in the LSP policy and procedure manual and laws of the state of Louisiana. Supervisors will immediately be notified if there is a use of force. Additionally, whenever a use of force occurs as listed below, a use of force report case shall be created via CAD and RMS.
The word shall means it's mandatory. You have to write a report.
Yes, sir.
In this situation, did Sergeant Pichon wrote any use of force report?
No, sir.
Okay. I also like to show you an exhibit that is marked. I think I was jumping ahead. Exhibit 10. Are you familiar with this policy, Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what is exhibit is?
Exhibit 10 is the body worn camera policy, 1117.
I need to introduce exhibit 10 into evidence dealing with body worn camera and in-car camera system.
No objections.
So admitted.
Can you tell us in your investigation as an IA, what does the policy concerning body worn camera require?
To make sure it's powered on and ready in case you need it.
In this situation, did Sergeant Pishon was it assigned any body worn camera?
Yes, he had a body worn camera.
Did he activate or to power it on for this incident?
No, sir.
Is that a violation of the policy?
Yes, sir.
Just to loop in, so in your investigation, did you find use of force on unnecessary on the part of Sergeant Pishon?
Yes, sir.
Did you also find in your investigation that he did not write any use of force report
Yes.
according to the policy?
Yes, sir.
And also in your investigation, you find out that he did not activate or power on his body worn camera.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did every other officers who are involved with BOI in this incident, do they have their body worn camera on during your investigation?
Yes, sir.
So the only one that didn't do that is Sergeant Pishon.
Yes, sir.
I think that a witness.
Good afternoon, Trooper Washington. My name is Eric Hessel. I'm representing Sergeant Pishon. You were in charge of the administrative investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, you accumulate and get all the evidence possible, even the evidence that was revealed or divulged during a criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you did in fact get the criminal investigation into this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who did the criminal investigation?
John Klein,
And John Klein, who does he work for?
LSP. He's
Okay.
an investigator at FIU.
Okay. And you compiled the report we've called it entered as Exhibit 16, correct?
Yes, sir.
In Exhibit 16 in your report, you write on, you don't have a page number, but in your heading, Force Investigation Unit's final findings, you write the review in regards to Force Investigations Unit's final findings, the review revealed Sergeant Pishon's decision to use the force he intended to use was reasonable and necessary based on his perception and articulated concerns, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. So he was out there on the scene with persons he considered to be armed and persons he considered to be deadly threats to the officers on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he used force that was reasonable and necessary under the circumstances which he presented, correct?
Yes, sir.
And LSP's position is, too bad, we have policies that say that whether it's reasonable and necessary, you don't do it.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of a difficult position for an officer to be in, don't you think?
I would assume so.
Especially when you're talking about lives and police officers' lives at issue.
Yes, sir.
And so then the internal affairs investigation comes around, and then there's a different, not only is it a different procedure, but it's a different standard. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And these officers, all of these officers that were on the scene, or anybody you investigate that's a member of the Louisiana State Police, are obligated to cooperate.
Correct. Yes, sir.
They're obligated to truthfully respond to your answers.
Yes, sir.
And if they don't, they'll be in trouble.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Pishon ever found to be lying to you,
No, sir.
deceiving you,
No,
misleading you?
no,
Any of those other officers?
no, no, sir. Mm-mm.
All of those troopers, when either speaking of that incident or you in that incident, said, under the circumstances, I don't disagree with what he did.
Correct.
In And you didn't find any maliciousness or any ill will toward this individual that he interacted with, did you?
Based off of what Sergeant Pichon said, he didn't want any ill will towards the driver.
Okay, but you did the investigation. You talked to everybody out there. You looked at the videos. Did you reveal any evidence of that?
No, sir.
Contradicted what he said?
No, sir.
Okay, and he actually told you that he didn't intend to kick him in the head, didn't he?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And it really wasn't a kick because, I mean, a kick is, you walk up to somebody and you just kick him. And he could have easily done that to his his unprotected underbelly.
Mhm.
He could have easily kicked him in his face. But what he said he did, he was attempting to push him in the back, push him down to a prone position, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was pushed down into a prone position, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at the video, I'm sure you looked at it a bunch of times.
Yes, sir.
And you had the benefit of his statement, which you took, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you he was very much concerned about what he saw going on inside that passenger compartment.
Correct.
Because he saw that individual digging for something.
Yes.
And he knew that the officer, Jeff Harriod, was approaching that vehicle at a rapid speed.
Yes, sir.
And so he needed to cover that entire situation. He
Mhm.
told you that.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did you find anything that led you to believe that was inaccurate, unreasonable, or just a flat out lie?
No, sir.
And this complaint, did the individual that was struck, did he complain?
No, sir.
He wasn't even injured, was he?
From my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. One second, please. Now, and you reviewed his history, and you documented it. Never been found to have violated from the use of force, the application of use of force, has it?
No, sir.
Okay, and he's done his job. He's had to use force. Most policemen do at some point, unfortunately. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And when it comes to the use of force reporting, this use of force reporting, is it a relatively new concept with Louisiana State Police reporting system?
No, it's not new.
It was always in place.
Yes, sir.
And when you say that, how long are you talking?
Well, ever since we had Mark 43, it switched from Mark 43 to now it's Mark 43. Before it was something different.
Okay. It's the FIT team. FIU is a relatively new unit.
Yes,
You
sir.
Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And the reporting of use of force is obviously so the Louisiana State Police can monitor it, can review it, and take actions and corrective actions when necessary.
Yes, sir.
Did you take into consideration the fact that he did, in fact, that night notify the FIU team that he in fact used force?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he was told he didn't need to write a report. He told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't find that to be a fabrication or a lie, did you?
No, sir.
And did any supervisors ever approach him and say, hey, regardless of what you were told, he has a lieutenant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that lieutenant has a captain.
Yes.
Did anybody ever tell him, hey, you got 5 days to do this. I don't care who told you what.
From my knowledge, no.
And at that time, the FIU, and I think it's still true, do they incorporate the entire investigation of a police shooting into their investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean including the apprehension, correct? The apprehension of the perpetrators or persons involved in the use of force would be FIU's responsibility.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Right.
Well, they investigate the use of force as far as who's being arrested and whatnot. From my knowledge, I'm not sure.
Okay, and you're in internal affairs, right?
Yes, sir.
So maybe he doesn't know either. He might think they do. That FIU does investigate the entire incident from start to finish, correct?
Investigate, yes.
Now, in regards to the body camera, again, he told you what happened with the body camera, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't lie about that, did he?
No.
And you've talked about the Operation Silver Bear, and it says all What does it say exactly?
All BOI personnel
Where does it say?
shall adhere to the body worn camera policy 1117,
Okay. And 1117 says what?
that you should have your body worn camera on and activated, ready to use.
And 1117 refers to uniformed patrol officers, right?
Also, yes, sir.
Okay. And so is it the state's police policy that if you work from Operation Silver Bear in a covert capacity, that you're going to wear a body camera in an activated position?
Based off the ops plan. I've never worked Silver Bear, but according to the ops plan, that's what you're supposed to do.
Make any sense?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. Because there is a policy that says BOI people, such as Sergeant Pichon, they don't wear their body camera when they're unless they're in uniform. When they're doing covert activities, unless they're going on a search warrant or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you agree that this Louisiana State Police Operation Silver Bear does in fact say, and we're talking about page 4, subsection 5 of instructions, investigative support section, criminal intelligence unit, which he is assigned to, correct? CIU?
Yes, sir.
Will provide a minimum of 2 LSP commissioned personnel per shift. CIU personnel will deploy in unmarked units and provide covert surveillance, conduct arrest, follow-up investigations, assist uniformed personnel with complex arrest procedures, and be prepared to provide drone coverage if needed, correct?
Okay.
So was it the understanding of the criminal intelligence unit that they were supposed to wear their body cameras in an activated position when they were doing covert activities? That's what this reads? That's what this tells you?
That's what the ops plan tells me.
Okay. Okay, I've asked that question. And their policy, the BOI policy, which is also LSP's policy, says that they only need have it readily accessible, correct?
Correct.
And that could mean in your trunk of your car, right?
Yes.
And it could mean if you're in an SUV in a hidden location where you can maintain your covertness, maintain your personal security and safety, and not having it on and activated, correct?
Yes.
And he told you, he explained that to you, didn't he?
Yes.
And he explained to you that he was doing covert activities.
Yes.
He had actually followed a guy into the CVS and they made a gun arrest that night, didn't they?
Oh,
Can I tell you that? That's kind of hard to do when you got a body camera on you. Would you agree?
I'd agree.
And it might actually be deadly. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree.
So he told you that it was readily available, right? And that you saw the video, right?
Yes.
He doesn't appear in frame for a period of seconds, right?
Yes.
And what is he doing? He's putting his,
Yeah, he has his vest on.
right. And we were told earlier, it takes at least 15 seconds or so for that to actually turn that thing on and it activates and do all that, right?
It does.
Are you aware of the?
Yeah, it doesn't capture any sound for the first 15 to 30 seconds.
Okay. But it actually, to power it on and to get it to where it's actually able to record takes several, like 15 seconds or so.
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. But he said he didn't even have time to do all that, right?
That's what he said.
But it was available, readily available, because he had it on his little tack vest. Right?
Yes.
And he put that tack vest on to provide protection for himself and others, right?
Yes.
And despite those circumstances, they were disregarded by you and just said, that's what the policy says, so you got to do it.
Yes.
No questions, no further questions.
I got a couple of follow-up. The standard for the FIU is criminal, isn't it?
Yes.
And the standard for criminal is beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Okay, I know you are not a lawyer,
Right.
but your IA investigation is to look at policy violations.
Correct.
And any policy violation of LSP can be more restrictive than the state law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's look at, I know Mr. Hessler just asked you about, on page 4. Did Sergeant Pishon choose to pursue the vehicle?
Yes,
So his role changed at that time, correct?
yes,
Page 12 of what?
Hmm?
You're
Page
referring
4 of Exhibit 1.
Of exhibit 1?
Yeah, Mr. Hessler said Exhibit 1, page 4. So his role changed at that point.
yes.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit 10. I mean, let me make sure I'm correct. Let's look at Exhibit 10. Activation. This is the body worn camera and in-camera system. Look at point 5.3. Could you tell us what it says?
Officers equipped with the body worn camera shall ensure their body worn camera is powered on, ready to record or receive a signal to record during any tour of duty, which requires the use of the body worn camera in accordance with this policy when the officer is subject to call.
So now, was there any vehicle pursuit? Was
Yeah.
it?
Yes,
So what is he required to do at that time when he was pursuing a vehicle?
have it powered on.
That's all I have.
Commissioners?
Commissioner Montalongo.
Who investigates officer involved shootings?
FIU and CID.
Was this incident an officer involved shooting?
This incident wasn't.
This wasn't a big umbrella for one incident?
No, there was an officer involved shooting that started it off with Trooper Harrio, and that's what led into the pursuit. And that's when Sergeant Pishon heard shots fired, and that's how they ended up on I-10.
Where's the separation, do you think? What do we say? This is the officer involved shooting and this is not. Was this vehicle involved in officer involved shooting?
Yes, sir.
But this is not investigated as part of the officer involved shooting?
I'm not. All I know is the use of force that was involved with John Kling investigated. He didn't investigate the officer involved shooting. He investigated the kick, the stump.
The use of force.
Correct.
I need some clarification. As I heard off Trooper Harrio, I thought he told us that he was the one that actually shot the weapon. Is it your understanding there was gunfire at him, or was it only him who used his weapon?
From what I saw, it was only him that used the weapon.
Is this witness free to go?
Yes.
Hey, you are free to go.
Thank you. I lost it. The chief of staff would like to use the restroom.
I saw his subvert
Put that on the record.
message to me, but now we all know. Y'all wanna take 20-minute lunch break?
Yeah.
20-minute lunch break.
You still have like.
And lunch and
This
restroom
is
break.
gonna be our last meeting.
If everybody's ready, we'll go call back in order.
Mr. Chairman and Honorable Commissioner, I would like to release from the subpoena Trooper First Class Michael Smith and Henry DeJohn.
Any objection?
They're released.
Release, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you. The state will call the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Camo to the stand. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon, Chavez Cameron,
And who are you employed with, sir?
employed with Louisiana State Police,
In what capacity are you employed?
Assistant Superintendent, Chief of Staff.
Before I go into the incident that happened on July 16, 2022, could you tell us what is the relationship between OIS and CID to the investigation of this case?
Yes, and that question I know was asked earlier about from our commissioner. Just to clarify, this entire incident, the umbrella of it involves an OIS that occurred prior to the encounter that we have been seeing today, involving the arrest and taking into custody of the driver who pursued or left the initial officer-involved shooting location. And the incident that we're looking at in particular today, specifically that IA looked at, involved the actions that occurred when the driver was stopped and taken into custody on I-10 in New Orleans East.
Are you familiar with the Operation Silver Bear?
Operation Silver Bear, yes, sir.
I know they call it different name. What is the rule of engagement that is outlined in Exhibit 1?
And we're speaking of the operation plan?
Yes. Basically, what I was trying to ask you is that, are the people who work for BOI required to follow the LSP policy?
Yes, as you're referencing the rules of engagement for Operation Silver Bear's ops plan, it states that LSP personnel will adhere to the rules and regulations outlined in the LSP policy and procedure manual and laws of the state of Louisiana.
How do you become aware of this incident that took place in July 16, 2022?
We were made aware of it through our internal affairs that we received a complaint information regarding a review that was being conducted by the New Orleans Police Department on this particular incident involving their officers, and they observed this behavior of our LSP personnel. So we were then made aware of it, forwarded to internal affairs for further review.
What was your role in this matter?
At that time, I was the Deputy Superintendent of Patrol.
Did you have an opportunity to review the video recording that we have seen all day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go first to the body worn camera. And I think the exhibit is I need to go to exhibit 10 first, 0.5. Are you familiar with this PO 117?
Yes, sir, I am.
What does this policy require?
Well, it talks about the rules, responsibilities in general, activation policy. It covers the processes of supervisors reviewing body-worn camera. So it specifically covers the body-worn camera process.
Okay. Looking at this policy, are you like you indicated, you familiar with this body-worn camera policy?
Mm-hmm.
Does it actually require that those who are working BOI, those who are equipped with body-worn camera, shall ensure that they activate and power on their body-worn camera?
It covers all personnel that have been issued body-worn cameras.
In this situation, was Sergeant Troy Pishon issued a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your deliberations, did you find that Sergeant Pishon activated his body worn camera during his encounter with driver one?
No, sir. As a result of the investigation findings, it was determined that his body worn camera was not powered on, activated.
Does this failure to power on his body worn camera violated the LSP policy that we just read?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's go to the big elephant in the room, the use of force. Do you have opportunity again to view the videos?
The video?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And what was your reaction when you saw the video?
Initially we saw it at regular speed and didn't stand out as much as it did upon review of it again in a slower speed and from the in-car cameras wouldn't, for me, it really drew concern when I was able to review the in-car camera portion of this incident and in slower speed.
And what struck you when you looked at it in slow speed?
I just looked at the tactics and manner in which Troop Sergeant Pishon approached the violator, in which they were dealing with directly the driver of the vehicle. And also just what drew question is I wanted just kind of to know why the approach was made swiftly, and then the strike or the kick that was used in a manner to subdue or get the suspect in a prone position.
Was that in compliance with our policy to kick?
That's not what we train.
Okay. You hear the testimony of Sergeant Garrett while you are here.
Yes,
right?
sir.
What is the role of FIU in relative to investigation of use of force?
Yeah, the Force Investigative Unit has been initiated and enacted to definitely respond to use of force incidents, any incidents that may tend to lean to criminal violations. Their job is to investigate the criminal aspects of any use of force incidents.
Is the use of the FIU standard of investigation is criminal in nature, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After looking at this video, did you conclude that the use of force on driver one was necessary?
As I reviewed it and came to the conclusion of what I saw, in my opinion, I believe it wasn't necessary. I looked at all the aspects of where each officer was placed on the scene, and I know in most cases, as is mentioned earlier, we don't want a Monday morning quarterback situation, but I have to take into consideration all of the tactics, procedures, processing of a particular incident. In this particular case, after looking at the pursuit, saw that there were marked units behind the vehicle. One thing that stood out to me was the position in which Sergeant Pishon put himself in and his unit at the conclusion or the stopping point of this particular incident. I also looked at how the officers were attempting to gain a chaotic situation and put it under control. There were multiple subjects, which mean that there were several commands that had to be given to two different individuals. And from what I've seen so far on the video, from the right side, the passenger viewpoint, that trooper was attempting to bring that particular subject under control through his commands. And also you had the other side, the driver's side, where the troopers that were addressing the driver were attempting to bring him under control through their commands.
I mean, you heard the testimony of some of the officers. They said this is an awkward situation. Would that be a good description of it?
Very good. I mean, I think it's been stated already. It's a high risk, very chaotic situation. Anytime you're placed in a pursuit, not knowing what you're about to encounter and being broadcast, and the fact that it was broadcast that shots were fired without all the details, I think everybody, from what I've heard so far, seen and have reviewed, everybody approached this as a high risk situation. Bless you.
Did Sergeant Pishon make any reasonable attempt to resolve this peacefully before he kicked in?
In my opinion, in the review of it, it could have been handled differently. Again, I want to stress that it's not our intent to sit here and Monday morning quarterback it, but our job is to make sure that all the procedures, the training aspects, the processes are followed appropriately. And to your question, I think from what we've reviewed, it could have been handled differently.
You used this word at least several times since I've been asking you tactics. Is that the major issue here, that the tactics was wrong? I mean, you used that word at least 2 or 3 times since you've been here.
Yes, sir. I'll say this. Sergeant Pishon's tactical purpose was sound. I think his purpose to be there, provide coverage, and bring the situation under control was sound. His tactical purpose, but his tactical processing and placement of himself in that situation could have been handled differently.
And is that involving stay behind the cover?
I would have liked for him to stay behind cover, allowing Trooper Martin to continue his assessment of getting the guy under control through his verbal commands. I think that what we had, when you have multiple officers already there, there's no, in my opinion, there is not a need to rush through the scene. We've seen the gentleman get out the vehicle, his hands are up. We're teaching our officers to watch for hands. That's a clear indicator of danger or a threat. And what was observed from the video is the driver appearing to get out with his hands up and going down on the ground on his hands and knees. Again, I'm not on the scene, but what I've seen from the video, I thought that would have been a clear indicator that the threat may not have been as severe with the cover that you had there.
What would be the logical things to do when a suspect is on the ground?
Yeah, suspect is on the ground. You want to approach and make sure that everything, first of all, although he's on the ground, the scene is still not rendered safe. So I understand the level of concern that this scene called for. However, the evidence was there where he's placed himself on the ground. Then you wait, making sure that you're communicating with the other officers on the scene to express how we're going to take this subject into custody. I would have approached or allowed cover to remain. And as you saw, once they all felt that it was safe to move forward, you saw the cover team, you saw Trooper Graff, I believe it was, and Trooper Martin then proceed to conduct an arrest on the subject.
Okay. And I don't know, I don't want to use unnecessary time. Trooper Graff was the one with the long rifle?
Yes, sir.
On the side of Trooper Martin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if an officer use force to control or restrain a suspect, are they required under our policy, I believe it's exhibit, let me make sure I get it right, exhibit 9.15 to write use of force report?
Yes, sir. The use of force report policy clearly states that if the officer shall complete an electronic use of force report within 5 days. And this particular policy, what stood out for me was the question is asked, was a takedown technique or tactic applied? And when you see the application of Trooper Pishon's foot, whether you describe it as a kick, press down, stump down, whatever, or tactic, to me, that defines or clearly falls into the realm of a takedown or tactic included, but not limited to a takedown or leg sweep, as it is stated here in the policy.
Are you aware that Sergeant Pishon was a supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that he's also well trained?
Yes, I'm very aware that he was a supervisor, and I am aware of his experience and competence, as was stated earlier. That to me has never been in question. He's very experienced, competent, and he is now a supervisor, which to me takes it to another level of expectations And the things that we require of even more so now of our supervisors is to be accountable, but also be responsible when you're out on a scene such as this. In this particular case, because I know of his experience, his knowledge, and his competence, I was kind of shocked to see the action, the technique that was used.
As a result of this, what final action was taken against Sergeant Pishon? Was he suspended or what happened?
Yes, sir. As a result of the IA findings and in consideration of the use of force board's reporting, disciplinary review committee was held, and it was determined that he was in violation of the 3 policies: the use of force, the body worn camera policy, as well as the use of force reporting policy.
I'm going to show you exhibit 12. That is marked. Could you identify this exhibit for me, sir?
Yes, sir. This is the letter that's written to Sergeant Pishon advising him of the 60 hours suspension that was imposed as a result of the disciplinary review committee's findings.
Who signed this letter?
I did.
I would like to introduce exhibit 12 into.
No objections.
Let me go quickly over this and then I will continue to ask you a question. I would like to show you also an exhibit that is marked 13 for identification.
Okay.
Can you tell us what exhibit 13 is?
Which one, 13? That's the receipt that's delivered and signed by Sergeant Pishon, acknowledging that he received the final letter from.
So that was the acknowledgement by Sergeant Pishon that you received your letter
Yes, sir.
of the 60-hour suspension.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to introduce exhibit 13 into it.
No objection.
So admitted.
As a result of this IA investigation, and I believe you testified that Sergeant Pishon was suspended for 60 hours. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you exhibit 14 and 15. Well, let's do one at a time. Exhibit 14. Want to see 15 too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You tell us what exhibit 14 and 15s are. Tell one at a time.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 14 is the findings of the administrative investigation.
Okay. And that was signed by who?
Colonel Davis.
I would like to introduce him to evidence exhibit 14.
Any objections?
No objections.
So admitted.
And then I'll show you exhibit 15 for identification. Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir. I did. Exhibit 15 is the findings of the administrative investigation, and it shows that it was delivered and signed by Sergeant Pishon.
I would like to introduce him to evidence exhibit 15.
No objection.
Okay, so admitted.
And I'm over. You tell this commission, and I want to loop in this, and I believe you already said that, a few minutes ago, why you make the recommendation to suspend Sergeant Pishon for 60 hours, and what's the reasonableness of that?
Again, we looked at the findings and the report, the report and final findings that was submitted and completed by Internal Affairs from their administrative investigation, along with getting the information from the Use of Force Board. All of those factors were taken into place for the consideration of final discipline. And as listed in Exhibit 14, Sergeant Pishon was sustained for body worn camera policy, the use of force, and the use of force reporting policies.
Can I ask you this? And I know I'm not a trooper. If you engage in use of force and you have any doubt, could you just write the report?
I always err on the side of when in doubt, just write, either you have policy, that's why it's written, to refer to, but if in doubt, especially as a supervisor in this particular case, policy is there for you to refer to, and I think it should already have been understood that if use of force was applied, there's no doubt that a use of force report should have been written, and taking in consideration the evolution of where we've come with transparency and trying to ensure that our folks are being accountable. That's one thing for me that was considered. More than anything is I just questioned why was the report negated or not completed.
During one of the questioning by Mr. Exler, I believe to Mr. Tony Washington, it seems to me that the primary duty of Sergeant Pishon was BOI. Is that correct?
His role, as I understood from testimony, was to conduct surveillance and work this operation in a Bureau of Investigation capacity.
When did that change?
If we're looking at this incident, I would assume it changed once the pursuit kicked off, and now we're going from surveillance to actively being involved in a pursuit.
One second. Based upon the findings that 60 hours, how did you determine that 60 hours the appropriate suspension?
Yes, and we looked at body worn camera, taking in consideration his testimony and his information that he provided to IA. It was understood, we believed he was truthful, and in finding that final 8-hour suspension, that's all based off of the information that was provided. The use of force, as we've talked about earlier, as I just stated, understood the purpose. His tactical purpose was understood. However, his actions that followed through with after that was questionable, and it had shown that it violated use of force policy, and for that's why he was rendered. We decided to suspend him for 20 hours because of that information. Again, I reiterate the use of force reporting for me. When you asked earlier, when in doubt, I always say when in doubt, just fill it out. Just fill out the report. From as far as I know, no trooper has yet been disciplined for filling out a report when they didn't need to fill out a use of force report. So if in doubt, it's always easy. I think it's best practice to fill out the report, and that way, especially looking at the policy, I think in this case we would not even be here today.
Okay, but did Sergeant Pishon wrote any report concerning this that you know of?
Say it again.
Did he write any report about the use of force that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. It said that he asked a question and was advised it wasn't needed. He asked a question to an investigator, and he's a supervisor. I think that's the other thing that stood out to me. He should know that.
Okay, so he's higher ranked than an investigator?
Yes, sir.
So he's asking a lower rank what to do?
He was asking an investigator, I guess, as I read the report, for directions on the use of force reporting.
He could have asked his own supervisor, can he?
Could have consulted with his lieutenant or whomever.
And they are easily available for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things that I find out that you stated over and over again is some of this aggravating factor. You said Sergeant Pishon was a supervisor.
Yes.
And he was well trained.
Well trained.
And you said you have a high expectation of supervisor's conduct.
Absolutely.
Did he meet those conditions in this situation?
In this situation, that was questionable as far as his decision not to follow through with a use of force report. That's what we expect as far as his role as well, with him to do and review with any of his subordinates as well. If there's an incident such as this, to know that if use of force is applied, then we need to fill out a use of force report.
Okay. Let me ask one question and I'll be through. In your review of the video, was the use of force necessary in this situation?
Again, his tactical purpose was sound for me. His tactical approach, or not approach, but his actions to put his foot, whether you use the word kick, strike, whatever, when you see that video, it's concerning. And to me, it was not necessary. When you have cover, you have other troopers there with guns drawn. The guy is going down, appears to be complying. Again, let me be clear. I don't want to sit and sound like we're Monday morning quarterbacking it. But when you review the video, and in my job and capacity, I have to look at all four corners of what we see based on the investigation, the evidence that's been presented, the video. This appeared to warrant the violation that has been sustained. and the suspension that has been imposed and sent.
One of the questions that was asked by Mr. Hessler was that the driver did not have injury. Does that make it right?
That doesn't exempt the actions that occurred.
That's all I have.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel. My name is Eric Hessler. I'm representing Sergeant Troy Pichon.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Pichon, you described him as a very capable, competent, experienced officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And I assume going with that, you also assume him to be a reasonable officer, not one to jump to conclusions or overreact.
He's been pretty solid with decision making as far as
Involved in some pretty serious situations. you would agree.
absolutely.
And this is his first offense in regards to any violation that the LSP's ever accused him of, correct?
As I'm aware, yes, I haven't seen where he had previous discipline listed on any record here.
So this Operation Silver Bear was a result, and correct me if I'm wrong, was a result of NOPD's request for assistance from the state police in handling some crime situations. Would that be accurate?
That's completely accurate, Mr. Hessler. And we've done these type of operations across the state for criminal suppression when there's high risk or high criminal increase in crime in certain areas. We've received these type of requests to come in and assist and provide additional resources to local police or whomever
Yes.
law enforcement agency
You're not
is.
obligated to do that. And when you can.
Yes, sir. Barring personnel resources and what have you.
Right. Okay.
Let me
I
clarify
understand.
that.
And I'm not getting into all that end of it. But y'all have been in New Orleans doing things like this for.
This is not the first operation in time we've worked this, correct?
And would you agree that your policies, when I say yours, LSP's policies allow the LSP, Louisiana State Police, to do more proactive type work than the NOPD can do?
Let me digest that for a minute. To some degree, yes.
Right.
Yes.
For instance, y'all can chase cars, correct?
Our policy does not restrict pursuits. Yes, sir.
And the NOPD is highly restrictive of pursuits. Would you agree with that?
As I've been informed. Yes, sir.
And so that's what y'all are doing, something NOPD could or wouldn't do, pursuing a car for criminal violations, right?
Just to be clear, it's not a free for all to just pursue because you feel the need to. We use that based off of the circumstances that would dictate. In this particular case, shots were fired. So more than likely it would be approved for them to pursue in this particular case. Yes, sir.
Okay, but in this case, y'all pursued.
State police did. Was the state police initiated the pursuit?
Right. And one of the factors you found concerning was that what Sergeant Pichon did was they had other police officers behind them, right?
In front of him, yeah. Well, to the side of him
Well, you
from the
had
video.
Pichon on the side, and then you had the unit directly behind them, right? With Herod and Xavier?
Yeah, just parallel to the right of them is what I saw
Right.
at the conclusion of the pursuit.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And no one knew that there was a third car there with the canine officer until after the fact. Were you aware of that?
I can't speak to what anyone else knew. I mean, we see it now after the fact that we understand that they were there.
And a lot of the stuff we see, I know you've used the term, we're not Monday morning quarterbacking, but we've been doing that all day here, haven't we?
We've been reviewing and going over the discussion of this incident.
And
Yes,
that
sir.
needs to be done. I'm not criticizing, but that's what it is.
Mhm.
And you use the terms that it appears several times. It appears his tactics were questionable,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
But here we are now, and he's facing disciplinary action for that. He's been suspended, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that although he's been suspended, he's been punished? He's never received any training? Were you aware of that? On this issue since the alleged violation?
Are you speaking of the recommendation for training?
Yes, sir.
If I read correctly, that recommendation came from the use of force board that was then sent up to us. And at the conclusion, in most cases like this, we will put or recommend training. Whether or not he's had the training or not depends on if the class that is being recommended was offered yet. We just started the State Police Academy, which means they're probably going to be setting him up for that training.
Okay. So you were aware that he approached that very night, he approached the FIU investigators and told them, hey, there was an incident, use of force incident over here. This is what happened. What do I need to do? Do I need to make a report? And he was told no.
According to what I read, yes, he spoke with investigator Dejon, Henry Dejon, and had a discussion or exchange about what he was describing as a force that was used in that incident. Yes, sir.
And there was some questioning, I guess, going back and forth about who did they cover? Did FIU cover the entire incident?
Yes,
Which apparently they did because they investigated this, right?
correct.
Okay. And the LSP, other than him not writing that 5-day statement, I guess FIU could have requested it at any time because they weren't charging the investigation, right?
If they were aware and reviewed this incident at the time within 5 days, I would think that would have been considered. Yes,
Oh, yeah, but FIU was on the scene that night, investigating that night. So they certainly were within the 5-day period. Would you agree?
yes.
So the LSP really didn't suffer any, it wasn't like he was trying to hide anything. He brought it to their attention, correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's FIU's point though to know that he used force. He knew. I think the fact that he conducted those actions for me would fall back on his decision to follow through and do a use of force report. He's responsible to do that.
Okay, I understand. I'm just trying to bring out the fact that he did take some steps toward that responsibility.
Understood.
So it was NOPD that looked at the video and said, well, because LSP looked at it, let's be clear.
Mhm.
They
Yes,
looked
sir.
at these videos and they never charged him until NOPD made the complaint?
So as we received it, it was forwarded to us as a inquiry into the actions that was observed from their investigation for NOPD. And so it was referred to us to continue because of the actions that they observed on our officer.
Okay, and on what date did they refer that?
I don't have it in front of me. We can probably get that for you though.
How did they get access to, how did they get access to the information that had occurred?
NOPD officers were on the scene.
Where is everybody? They were there to see this, or they reported it, or do you even know?
Not aware of how they saw it.
So you've seen the video multiple times today alone, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you've seen it multiple times prior to this.
Yes, sir.
And again, you said that that could have been handled differently, right?
Yes, sir.
And a police officer would be somewhat irresponsible if he would look at a body camera video and say, you know what, I could have done some different things here or there, or better things, or maybe I could have used that as cover. Police officers that stay alive do that all the time. Would you agree?
We do that for all. I mean, we try to train our officers to do that for most situations, whether it's this type of incident, whether it's a protest. We want to always look at ways of being better, doing better. So I would hope that in a debrief, this type of situation is reviewed and are used in training scenarios to ensure that this doesn't happen like this again.
Right. And we have a use of force policy, or when I say we, LSP.
Yes, sir.
And you heard Sergeant Garrett testify today that when he was asked to look at it and make the determination about whether or not it was within policy, that he was told to look at not from the objectively reasonable standpoint, but from just whether there's violation of policy.
Yes, his role is to review it, determine if the policies, techniques, procedures were adhered to based off of our training.
Right. And but you recall him saying he didn't even look at whether it was objectively reasonable.
I don't know what he meant by that.
Okay. But you said that it wasn't objectively reasonable to you.
I never said that. I said it was. I said it was not necessary.
Okay. And you heard the testimony today where the FIU team thought it was necessary, it was reasonable and necessary. Did you hear that?
You went over that with Trooper Washington and covering his report.
He agreed, they said that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you look at, I think it's 12, this is the use of force policy, page 238. Is that 12?
No, I believe that is,
Nine.
I believe that is,
Use of
Nine,
force is
nine.
Yeah, Exhibit
I think
9.
it's 9.
Okay. Is that 9, sir?
Yes, sir.
Use of force policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then if you look at definitions, you're gonna see 7,
Hold on,
Roman numeral 7. It's on the first page.
Reasonable belief?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And it says an officer's actions must be reasonable, prudent under the circumstances. And officers must base the decision to use any degree of force on reasonableness and necessity, and not emotions.
Yes.
And one bureau of the LSP determined that it is in fact it was in fact reasonable and necessary, and then ultimately it was disagreed.
And I think it was also mentioned that there's a difference between the view of a criminal aspect of it as well compared to the administrative investigation. And so I think what you're speaking of, the reasonableness was under the FIU's investigation. Yes.
Okay. But it's the same incident. You're just looking at it, whether it was criminal or whether it was, was he justified in doing so? And their answer was yes. And y'all's answer was, I guess, yeah, he's justified in taking those actions, but our policy.
If I can answer that, I'll definitely try and bring some clarity here. When FIU is reporting and providing their final results, it is based off of the reasonableness, as you spoke to. When we're looking at it administratively, I have to look at what's violated, if there's any violations as it relates to our policy and procedures. And clearly, under the use of force policy, the body worn camera policy, and the reporting, obviously, this rose to those levels where there was a violation that was the final findings dictated that there were violations that occurred. That's how we looked at it on a disciplinary review committee while we're here today.
Okay. And if an officer, and y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, but do y'all look at all use of forces from first a criminal standpoint and then secondarily an administrative, or the?
If it leans to the eyes of criminal, it's going to be sent to our criminal investigation division to review if they hadn't already initiated prior to it getting to a decision from the colonel or senior staff.
Okay. And let's say for like a deadly force incident, which is, I would assume would be automatically be criminal.
We will start, yes, CID or FIU would be investigating.
And if an officer engages in a deadly force incident and actually kills that person, that would be first looked at as a criminal incident.
And then referred to I, yes, sir.
Then it would always be an administrative, right?
Correct.
Right. And the state police don't teach state police officers how to hit somebody in the head with a brick, correct?
Certainly, I haven't been trained how to do that, sir.
Right, right. But if a police officer is defending his life and the only available option he has is a brick and he hits him in the head with a brick, and it was reasonable and necessary, criminally he's charged, correct? I mean, criminally he's okay because it was reasonable and necessary.
Okay.
But state police would say you're still going to be punished because we didn't train you that?
I think you would have to articulate that, and it would have to be brought to the point where it's, to your point, if he can articulate or she can articulate that, that would be taken into consideration before any discipline is rendered.
Okay. And once again, he was able to articulate that to FIU.
Yes.
So let's go to the body camera, the actual body camera itself, the violation for not having it on his person, I guess, right?
Yes, sir.
So he
had it on his person. He had it on his person.
He had it readily available.
Yes.
And at one point he put it on. Okay, and we'll get to that. I see what you're saying now. He ultimately did put it on his person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But is it your testimony today that this testimony that the body worn camera video applied to these officers during Operation Golden Eagle, freaking Silver Bear?
Yes, Silver Bear, Golden Eagle, Silver Bear.
Some animal, what it's called. That you really, really believed and thought that these officers knew that they were supposed to wear their BWC activated blinking on their plain clothes while they were doing covert surveillance?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Let me bring clarity to that as well.
Hope you don't hurt me with the answer.
No, sir. But since you asked, we're gonna go there.
Right,
All right. I worked in BOI. I worked in surveillance. I worked in criminal intelligence. I've done operations like this in my career. And the body worn camera policy states that they should have it readily available. However, when you're working an operation like this, the operation plan now is what supersedes what we have to do because we're in an operation plan. Okay. The operation plan calls for all BOI personnel. That don't mean excluding Sergeant Pichon. He's in BOI capacity, which means that policy refers to him as well, and all BOI personnel working that scene. I understand that they work surveillance, and I commend him for making an arrest that you mentioned earlier. However, the moment that we realize that I'm in a pursuit and I have to be readily available with my body-worn camera, had it been in an on mode, we would not be here today if it was in standby. The fact that it was manually powered off, 2 hours, I think the audit trail and the exhibit may have listed prior to this incident even happening, lets me know that it wasn't a mistake per se. It was just an mindset that we didn't have it on, which now leads us into this incident that occurs that happened so rapidly. And because my camera was not on, I'm now put in a position to be sitting in here today.
Okay, I understand what you're saying on that aspect. But you do understand what he was saying was to do the covert stuff that I was assigned to do at that time.
Been there, done
Didn't
that.
require me to have it on.
Mhm.
It required it to be readily available. And let's talk about readily available. Would you agree with me that the BOI policy only requires that it be readily available?
I think that's what we're separating the issue. To answer your question, yes, sir. But to supersede that, I have a policy, an op plan that these commanders are adhered or supervisors have to write in order for anybody to be out on that scene, working this investigate or working this operation. They have to follow this op plan. And this op plan says that all personnel assigned to the detail, including BOI, are required to wear and adhere to the body-worn camera procedures, which means if you're saying that he should have it readily available, he should have it readily available, but to be also adhering and competent and readily available for duty or call, it should have at least been in a standby mode, not manually powered off. I think that's where we're separating the issues here.
And with that being said, we would agree that it's readily available.
Correct.
It's just not.
In standby mode or on.
Okay, correct. And then and I think you testified to this, that his role changed from covert officer to patrol officer or pursuit officer when he began pursuing that vehicle, right?
It changes. I think that if you actually look at the video, he put himself in a position where he was at the final point of the stop. So, yes.
We'll talk about that too. But so I guess if the LSP's position is at some point while he's either chasing him down the interstate at 100 miles per hour, he should have reached back and pulled out, uncovered his thing, pulled it off, turn it on, put it on. That's probably what he should have done.
Would have loved for him to do that. That would have been great. We probably wouldn't be here today again. And the fact that he was able to grab his vest, put it on, I mean, he had the wherewithal to do that much. Grab a rifle.
He'd be at a funeral if he's doing 100 miles per hour and he's reaching back there and grabbing it too, right? Or a civilian that's driving down the street. I mean, he's got to maintain control of that vehicle. Right?
Just for some decorum, let him finish his question before you
I didn't mean
interrupt
to-
with another.
Yeah, I mean, we can add a lot of factors of what the worst case scenario could have been here, sir. I think it's pretty simple while we're here.
Okay. And when he got out of that vehicle, when that vehicle stopped, the truck stopped, right?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Pichon just happened to be at the position where the truck stopped, right?
Yes, sir.
So his only other option would be pull forward and block him off, or pull forward further down, which would still put him in danger.
Okay, so you
Or back down the interstate, which is not a good idea.
All right.
Right?
So you've asked that question, and I'll say this to that. I've been involved in pursuits, and I told you earlier I've been in BOI. When I have two marked units that are in a primary role of a pursuit, I'm not inserting myself, as you saw in the video, in advance of that pursuit. I'm allowing these uniformed patrol officers who are in a visible marked car to initiate that pursuit, and I remain in a cover role. That's what probably should have happened, but did not.
Okay. Now, so we're at the side of that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we discussed about the tactics that could have been better. Officer or Trooper Harriot, you saw the video, like I said, would you agree that he approached that vehicle? Actually, even before Sergeant Pichon?
And I know you tried to raise that and bring that up earlier. I'm to the same answer that the trooper gave earlier. I cannot tell you who approached faster, quicker, or whatever. They both seem to be approaching simultaneously.
Okay. Okay. So then you did see obviously the stepping on, the kick, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
He said it wasn't a kick. He wasn't found to be untruthful, and you don't doubt his story, correct? Or his recollection of the events.
I think if we line 10 people up here, we'll have a different definition of whether it's a kick. That's why I emphasize kick, strike. However, he made contact with the subject with his foot.
And after he did so, the fellow did go prone, completely prone, right?
He was going prone. Yes, sir. Mhm.
And he was able to be handcuffed.
Yes, sir.
And then Sergeant Pichon cleared the rest of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was the wise thing to do. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And then upon speaking with Henry Dejon,
Yes, sir.
and I think there was another one, Smith,
Trooper Smith. Yes, sir.
right? He said that they said he didn't need to write a report. You heard that, right?
As I understand and read the report, he spoke to investigator Henry Dejon and in the report mentioned what he did. And from the response in the report, investigator Dejon said something along the lines of "Don't worry about that" or something at this moment.
But you don't think he was trying to hide the fact that he used force?
No, sir.
Okay, or failed to report it in any way other than he just didn't report it properly, possibly.
Correct.
One second, please. All right, and as far as the violations, does the Louisiana State Police have a penalty matrix?
No, sir. In consideration, no, sir. Not we now have a matrix that we refer to, but at that time it was not implemented.
Okay, in the matrix that you have at this time, does it include a hierarchy of offenses, including whether it's a first, second, third offense?
Yeah, and mitigating factors and other factors that would rise that put penalty up or decrease it. Yes.
And would you agree that apparently, seemingly, there were mitigating factors present here?
Such as?
Such as the fact that it was him and most other police officers were under the belief that an officer had been shot at by these individuals in the car?
Yes, I agree that that's a mitigating factor. Does not exempt what actions occurred as we saw in the final point of this video.
Okay, but based on the question you asked about were there any mitigating, did y'all consider any mitigating factors?
Absolutely. The fact that he's a supervisor, the fact that he's competent, the fact that I've worked with him on several off-duty details and I know his experience, the fact that I would take him with me in any operation because I know that he's sound and capable. And the fact that we're here today discussing this is why I'm concerned and why the discipline has been issued, because I know that he knows better.
Okay. And you heard also that the IA investigation revealed no officer on the scene that thought that that Sergeant Pichon did anything that concerned them as far as his use of force.
That's great. We still have violations that were
I understand.
violated.
I understand. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any commissioner?
Was Trooper Martin or Trooper Harriet, was were their body cams on?
Yes, sir. That's you saw something.
Only one, right?
I believe
There
we
must have
should.
been a camera behind him when he showed him get in his unit to, like he said he was going to get on his PA.
Yes, sir. That was Trooper. No, Xavier Martin was getting in his P. The trooper with the graph. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Was Trooper Martin wearing one?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all show it at all or not?
I don't know if they actually showed his today.
And about Trooper Harriet?
His was the video that you would have seen approaching the passenger. Yes, sir.
So we're just missing one.
Trooper Martin's, I don't know if it was shown or if we have it queued up.
No, I just want to know if he had one on also.
Yes, sir.
And if it was on.
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I can get some clarity about this body cam issue versus surveillance versus otherwise. Am I understanding correctly that when he's done undercover covert work, he's not supposed to have it on his body, right?
That would be, no, sir,
Not visible.
because he
correct?
may be required to get out and go walk a block and see if a subject that they're calling out, right, is that person there.
He would not be required to have it on his person under those circumstances.
Correct.
But is it your testimony it should still have been on?
The body camera should have not been manually powered off, and it's what we determined.
All right, so I know we had a lot of questions. There was a compound question about on their person, but there's two different
Right.
issues, right?
Correct, sir.
And so your position is even if while he was in covert activity, he didn't need it on his person, it should have still been activated.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, you did say something that gave me a little concern. You used it a couple of times. Once in relationship to him not preparing a report. I think you said if he had prepared a report, we wouldn't be here today. Do you
Speaking
understand?
in reference to the use of force report, I'm glad, let me clarify that. As far as the use of force in and of itself, would probably, because the actions occurred, that would probably bring us to a level of review, administrative review.
So we would only not be here on the
Reporting.
failure of the report. Okay,
Yeah,
I
thank
just
you.
want to make sure
No,
you
thank you
weren't,
so much.
you were not implying that had he filed the report, the rest of it would have.
No, sir. No, I thank you for letting me clarify that. That's exactly what I meant.
I wasn't trying to let you clarify it. I'm just trying to understand the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Is witness free?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's free to sit over here. At this point, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Commission, the state rest.
I'm sorry, the rest.
The state rest.
Okay, I call the appellant Sergeant Troy Pichon. That's your. May I begin?
Yes.
Oh, Sergeant Pichon, would you state your name and place of employment?
Yes, sir. My name is Troy Anthony Pichon. I'm assigned to Louisiana State Police Narcotics Division.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
About 9 years.
Prior to becoming a member of the state police, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir. I was with the New Orleans Police Department for 5.5 years.
Do you have any other experience in public service other than that?
Did 10 years with the New Orleans Fire Department.
All righty. On the date in question, July 16th, 2022, what was your assignment?
My role as a supervisor was to assist the patrol function of state police NOPD with additional investigative techniques and tools that they may need for complex arrests or follow-up investigations, testing narcotics, that type of thing.
Okay, were you assigned to a plainclothes capacity or uniform capacity?
We were in plains clothes at the time.
And in your daily work, assigned to, is that BOI?
Yes, sir. The Bureau of Investigation.
Is that also CI?
CIU, CID, Criminal Investigations Division. Yes, sir.
Okay. In your capacity as a sergeant in that division, outside of this Operation Golden Bear, Silver
Bear.
Did you work in a plainclothes capacity typically?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then describe what you'd normally do.
So on a typical day, for me as a supervisor, go into the office regularly at 9:30 in the morning. We usually go in my office. I check if there's any outstanding reports, check payroll, look at body camera footage, and give feedback on the body camera footage and whatever the other administrative duties that's tasked by the lieutenant.
You had a proactive component to that job too, though, didn't you?
Yes, sir. On occasion, we get some of my detectives that go out and do surveillance on narcotics targets. We go out and do control undercover officer buys, control confidential informant buys.
Okay.
Which requires us to be in unmarked, ununiformed, plainclothes capacity.
And as a part of the Operation Silver Bear, did you have covert responsibilities also?
Yes, sir. Throughout the duration of Operation Silver Bear, which we been part of continuously for the few years that they've been running the operation. I think that's why y'all getting a little confused with, I think last year was Golden Eagle, this year was Silver Bear. The year that this incident happened was Silver Bear that year. So I think that's where the confusion is coming in. But that particular day we were tasked with assisting patrol with follow-up investigations, assisting with narcotics collection, evidence collection, and any complex arrests that they may have had where they need additional resources. And
Okay. And in your role as a supervisor in plainclothes, did you typically wear the body activated camera, the body camera on your person?
no, sir. As a supervisor, we're not required, especially in a plainclothes capacity, to come into contact with the public. And we were not in a role to do any enforcement. So we were basically just a support role for patrol when they need it.
Okay. And BOI has a specific policy addressing the BWCs as it pertains to your officers and you, right?
Yes, sir. As far as my knowledge was concerned, that the BOI policy on body worn cameras stated that we only needed to have our body cameras fully charged and readily available at any given time that we may need it.
Okay. And was yours fully charged?
Yes, sir.
Was it readily available?
Yes, sir.
Was it on the on position?
No, sir.
Does the
It was
policy-
powered
BOI
off.
Policy as written require that.
No, sir.
So on the 16th, tell us what happened right at or around 10:40 hours.
On that particular day, again, like I said, being an unmarked, ununiformed position in a plainclothes capacity, I was parked at the 7th District Police Station on Reed Boulevard at the time that I overheard over radio traffic that they were en route to Sheffman Tor and Dowman Road to deal with drag racing and vehicles doing donuts in the street and blocking the roadway. As I listening to the marked units heading in that direction, I purposely stayed at the 7th District Station because I felt that it was more of an enforcement role versus us doing a follow-up investigation role. So basically we just there whenever the patrol guys arrest people and be like, hey, look, we need narcotics to come over here and help us test this narcotics, help us package this evidence, or do you know what type of narcotics this is? So that's the role based from what I gathered, that we were basically there just, hey, if they need us, they're gonna call us.
Okay. Did there anything occur that caused you to get involved in this incident?
So while I was sitting at the station, at the 7th District Police Station, like I said, I'm monitoring the radio traffic. At some point, I'm hearing the units arrive on the scene. And then at some point, I heard several officers come over radio. I can't believe it. I can't remember if it was one or two officers came over the radio and it was like, they're shooting. And they just kept saying that they're shooting. And it was at that point that I attempted to proceed to the location where the incident originally occurred in an attempt to kind of see what kind of investigative help they were going to need as far as narcotics concerned.
Okay, so what happened then?
So as I was proceeding to the original location in Sheffman Dowman, again, I'm monitoring the radio traffic, and I heard that they were in pursuit of two vehicles. So as I'm proceeding to the area, the pursuit is coming in the route that I was taking to get to the scene, they were coming in the opposite direction. So as I was going down Reed Boulevard from the police station, the pursuit passed me. It was two vehicles involved and a few marked units involved. I made a U-turn. I got behind the marked units. As they turned off of Reed Road onto Lake Forest eastbound, I knew it was a car, passenger vehicle. It turned off into like the park area, and the gates were locked and closed, so he couldn't go nowhere. every marked unit that was out there with him except for Trooper Harriet's and Xavier Martin's vehicle stopped with that vehicle. I observed that Trooper Harriet and Trooper Martin continued pursuing the pickup truck, at which point I decided to go with them since they were alone.
Okay.
We chased this, they continued chasing the vehicle. I was basically just backing them up because they were all by themselves. So at some point we got onto Bullard Avenue from the service road and got onto I-10 eastbound towards Slidell. So as we pursuing the vehicles, they were the lead vehicle, I was behind them. Other vehicle traffic started to come up along the side of the pursuit. So I jumped over into the left lane to slow those vehicles down, keep them from coming up into the scene, believing that these guys had just shot at a state trooper.
Is that your belief during this period of time?
Yes, sir. So believing that these guys just shot at a state trooper, I didn't want any unsuspected civilian to come drive up alongside the pursuit and these guys start shooting again, and God forbid something happened to one of these pedestrians or civilians. So as the pursuit continued and the vehicle began to slow and pull to the right-hand shoulder of the road, again, I was trying to position my vehicle alongside theirs. So if they started shooting, we had vehicle traffic going westbound, and then there was other vehicles coming eastbound that was directly behind the pursuit. So it was my intention to kind of stage my vehicle to where I can block those vehicles from passing. So if we get in a deadly force encounter, like I said, people driving past and these guys start shooting, I didn't want a stray bullet to hit an innocent person. So I kind of positioned myself between them and the roadway, and which gave me a tactical advantage for when the driver opened up the driver's door and left it open and continued to exit.
So when you stopped your vehicle, did they stop?
Yes, sir.
Did you stop?
Yes.
When you stopped, what did you do next?
Immediately exited my vehicle, realized that I didn't have a bulletproof vest or a body camera on. So I ran to the back of my unit, the back seat, grabbed my vest. I just threw it over my head. I didn't even have time to strap the Velcro straps on the sides to secure it to me, more snug and secure. And I grabbed my assault rifle from the back seat.
Okay. At that time, based on what you knew and the perceptions that you were under, what was your main concerns?
Main concern, like I said, was the safety of the public and the safety of the other officers on the scene.
Okay. So go on. What did you do next?
So as I grabbed my vest, I just threw it over my head. I grabbed my rifle because not knowing if these guys are going to exit and start shooting. So I'm just trying to get behind the engine compartment of my vehicle, which we trained that is the most ideal place for an officer if you get into a deadly force situation to be, because that engine block gives you a greater level of ballistic protection.
Okay.
So as I'm standing at the front of my vehicle and I got my rifle trained on the truck, I noticed the truck it was a crew cab. So it was a front passenger compartment, rear passenger compartment, and then it had dark tinted windows. So we weren't able to see inside of the rear passenger compartment. Yes.
Okay. Did you have anything going on in the lane behind you?
Yes, vehicles are still traveling. Some impatient people saw what was going on, but still decided to drive past me.
Did that cause you any concern?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get out of the way of traffic because I was wearing all black and it was poor lighting in that area. So I tried to stay as close to my unit as possible. Then I started thinking, well, if they rear end my unit and I'm standing in front of it, it could possibly be a bad day also. So while I'm standing in front of my unit and the driver opens the door and he's getting out, I hear the officers giving them commands. So I'm watching him and I'm looking through the driver's door to the passenger who is on his knees in the passenger seat, digging between the seat and the console.
Okay, and you were able to see that?
Yes.
Were you able to see anything else?
None other than Trooper Harriet started to approach from the passenger side, and I'm thinking, okay, in my mind, I'm guessing, okay, what I'm going to do next. So I'm like, all right, we're approaching, so we're doing this. As I start approaching the driver, my original thought was to step over him, get between him, the truck so Trooper Martin and Trooper Graff can grab him, or we could drag him back to the unit, get him out of away from that vehicle because we hadn't cleared the rear passenger compartment. But when the guy stopped and went down to the ground and right on side of the vehicle, inside of the passenger compartment, still with us exposed to that rear passenger compartment that we hadn't cleared yet, we when I'm approaching and I see his partner digging in the passenger seat, I'm thinking, okay, this guy's digging for a gun between the seat and the console to try to possibly ambush Trooper Harriet as he was approaching, or possibly shoot at me. So my attention was diverted from the driver who's on the ground to the passenger who's digging between the seats. So as I'm getting closer to the driver, the only thing I could think of, like I said, my original plan was to step over him to get between the vehicle and the bad guy, so we can extract him and back out until we're able to clear that vehicle. But when his partner started digging and I misjudged the distance because I kind of briefly hesitated, I want to say I had a oh shit moment within that time frame, because
What caused you to hesitate, or what was
the guy digging in the seat kind of threw everything off my plans. You know, the guy digging, like I said, is custom that these guys carry their firearms between the seat and the console. When I saw him digging and Trooper Harriet was approaching the passenger side, first thing I knew was that he was about to engage Trooper Harriet, and then I was going to have to engage him because my backdrop was the woods, which would have put any rounds from that rifle into a swampy area.
Okay. And you've seen the video.
Yes, sir.
Can you play from the time that he's at the front of the vehicle? And I'll keep questioning him until.
So to be specific, you want you want exhibit 6 or exhibit?
I think,
Those are the two.
I think it's
One doesn't have the volume.
Which one you want?
the car camera.
That's 6.
Okay, 6. So you hesitated. Is there any way you can show the commission in that tape where you hesitated, or the hesitation that you spoke of?
So this part of the video, I know she's about to forward, but that was Chef Endowment where the whole incident first began. So if you see me on the side of the truck right now, if you see the westbound traffic is coming, I'm like, okay, if these guys start shooting, I'd rather take rounds in my unit than for the bullets to cross the eastbound lanes into the westbound traffic and possibly strike a civilian.
What are you doing about right now?
So right now I'm getting out of my vehicle and I'm grabbing my vest and my rifle out of the back seat.
Are you aware that it takes time to activate that camera, et cetera?
Yes, sir. When you power it on, it takes a few seconds for it to cycle and give you a green light so it'd be ready for activation. So at this point, you see me, I'm looking at the passenger. That's when I'm approaching. And then by the time I approach the dude, that's when Harriet grabbed the passenger out of the front passenger seat.
You can stop that. How, when you said that you were approaching and you had an oh shit moment.
Yes, sir.
About where were you at that point?
I'd say right at the point before I raised my right leg, because like I said, in my mind, I had it all planned out. I'm gonna go approach this guy, I'm gonna step over him, let Xavier and grab him when we go back out towards their units. And at the point where I was just about to get my foot off the ground, I think I stopped too far, and these little legs don't reach as far as I want them to be.
Okay.
So I think I misjudged the distance. So at some point when I'm noticing the guy digging and I'm thinking we about to engage him, Harriet's on the passenger side. It just
Was retreating an option?
not at that point, not at the point where we were committed to approaching that vehicle and still hadn't not cleared that rear passenger compartment. I think retreating would have basically gave up the tactical advantage we had as far as getting these guys and possibly getting them out of the area so we can properly clear that vehicle.
When you spoke with the investigator, I think his name was Washington.
I'm sorry, for internal affairs or?
Yes, sir. Was it
Yes, sir.
Washington? Okay. And you told him your intentions with that, you didn't say it was a kick, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Describe what you told him.
I can't remember the exact verbiage I gave him, but my intentions at the time, like I said, was to get between the bad guy and the vehicle because we still hadn't cleared that passenger compartment.
Okay.
My tactical point of view that I had from the side is that I was able to clear the first half of that vehicle, the front half. And if you've been to SWAT school or you've been in any kind of tactical school, even clearing rooms, if you get eyes into a room and you're able to clear that room with your eyes, you don't give up that tactical advantage for the sole purpose of repositioning yourself to get a better picture. Because then if you lose sight of that area, the time that it takes for you to get eyes back on that area, somebody could have been and occupied that area, and now you got a threat that you have to deal with.
And prior to you pushing him to the ground with your foot, had you been able to rule out the fact that he may or may not be armed?
No, sir.
Was that a concern to you?
Yes.
And I think Lieutenant Colonel Chavez talked about your experience and that included being shot before, didn't it?
Yes, sir. I was 2013. I was involved with a deadly force incident where we were trying to apprehend a convicted felon subject with a firearm. And he began shooting at me and my sergeant, and I was struck one time in the right leg.
And that involves being involved in other deadly force shootings where you had to be the unfortunate person to.
Yes, sir. A few years ago, we were working in the French Quarter, New Orleans. Not gold, but basically working overtime in the French Quarter, New Orleans, when subject began shooting at New Orleans police officers with a firearm. They exchanged fire with the subject. Myself and some other troopers responded to the area, and as we were doing a foot patrol sweep of a nearby hospital that we believed the subject had entered, one of the NOPD guys encountered the subject again, at which time he started firing at us firing at police officers a second time. We engaged the subject, which ultimately, unfortunately, led to his death.
And in this incident, you didn't use deadly force on anyone, did you?
No, sir.
You weren't confronted with deadly force to where you had to respond with such kind.
I believe at the time, I believe that deadly force would have been justified if that passenger would have came up with a weapon. So, the force that I used on the driver was, I believe, to be the minimal force I could use on that subject, because I'm thinking, okay, we're about to get in a deadly force situation with these guys, with this front passenger and possibly anybody else that may be inside of this vehicle.
Was it done for a malicious reason?
No, sir.
Were you trying to punish the individual for fleeing from the police or being involved in some type of incident with the police?
No, sir. As you saw from the video, it was just one movement. And right after the guy went to the ground, I just put my hand on his back to keep him down.
And after the scene was taken under control, where y'all had cleared the car, taken the perpetrators into custody, what did you do next?
I then relocated to the original scene of the shooting. And when the FIU investigators arrived on the scene, I spoke with Investigator Dejon and Trooper Smith, and advised them that what had happened in the commission of taking the driver into custody.
Now, you've been involved in use of force incidents before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you, and this FIU unit was relatively new at the time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever encountered them since their inception? Was that your first encounter with them?
This is my first encounter with the Force Investigation Unit, since they were tasked with investigating use of force by state police.
Okay, well, and whether you're right, wrong, or indifferent, did you believe that your report to them constituted a legitimate use of force reporting?
Yeah, even though I'm a supervisor and I know we had a use of force database and there was some changes going on with that database, switching over from Lotus Notes to Mark 43, that I figured once FIU was part of the investigation, that they were going to handle the whole investigation from beginning to end.
Was that your understanding of their
Yes, that they
conception?
were going to get a statement from me at some point and make it part of the record. And like I said, and notifying the command staff and everybody that, hey, this is what happened from beginning to the end, since there was no lapse in action. What the Supreme Court says is, from beginning to end is all one incident. So from the time Trooper Harry used force, firing his weapon, to the time the subject was in custody, it was all one incident. It ain't like they got away and 3 days later we went back looking for him and used force on him 3 days later.
Was it your belief that you complied with the policy at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you intentionally not comply for any particular reason?
No, sir.
And during that 5-day period or any period of time, did FIU ever come to you for a statement?
No, sir.
Well, you did give a statement to McLean?
But Clean, I think that was months after they had then got the
Investigator.
Yes, he was a FIU investigator who was tasked with just handling my aspect of the whole incident. And to my belief, it was only maybe a month or two after the whole incident that they may have gotten the complaint from New Orleans Police Department on the situation.
Okay. So in that, and then you were administratively reassigned after the NOPD made the complaint, right?
Yes, sir.
During that month prior to NOPD making a complaint, even though LSP knew it, you did not get reassigned, did you?
No, sir.
And you heard the testimony today, right?
Yes.
From all the officers. Do you agree that you can always look at something and say, I could have done something differently?
Of course, when you have a situation, especially something like this, like even with the shooting that I was involved with the guy dying, I kind of look back and like, man, I should have did this different, should have did that different. But at the end of the day, you deal with the hand that you have and you got to deal with whatever it is you got.
And is this situation any different? Could you look at it and say, you know what, I probably could have done something different? And what, in hindsight?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the benefit of hindsight at that time?
No, sir.
Did you have the benefit of sitting in an office as opposed to sitting in front of your vehicle with cars passing by at 70 miles per hour to review video and determine what's right, what's wrong, what's actually occurred and what your perception is?
No, sir. And having the tools to effectively write a use of force report. Like I said, it was a criminal investigation involved with me and my actions. So having the use of force report, I felt would have put me at more of a risk. Because if I would have put something in there that didn't occur because I didn't have access to the body worn camera footage, that it would have opened me up for more of an administrative problem.
Okay. But had you been told that, no, the process is you write the report, would you have done so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Answer his questions, please.
Sergeant Pishan, I have a couple of questions to ask.
Yes, sir.
You. And you indicated that you park your vehicle at the 7th district.
Yes.
At that point, was your covert operation over?
No, sir. Oh, well, we wasn't actively in a covert role because all the patrol guys were going actively to Chef Endowment to deal with the exhibition of guys doing donuts. So my role was basically null and void at that point. So we were kind of basically on break.
Okay. So, but you did mention a few minutes ago that you pursued the vehicle.
That was only after the shots were fired and I was en route to the scene where the shots were originally where the original scene was located. And it wasn't until that the pursuit passed me that I turned and went to assist with apprehension of any subjects that possibly might have went into a block if they jumped out on foot or whatever.
You are not at the scene of the incident whereby the driver and Harriet hit each other.
I'm sorry?
You are
Repeat?
not at the scene of the incident between the driver and Harriet.
No, sir, I'm not on the scene.
Okay, so the only thing that you had is the vehicle pursuit.
Yes, sir. I mean, at the point where shots fired at police, what we believe is all hands on deck. I'd probably be written up if I didn't go to that scene and just stayed at the police station.
What I'm trying to clarify is that is an enforcement pursuit.
I'm sorry?
That is an enforcement. You're trying to enforce him to comply.
No, it was marked units was enforcing. I was just in the tail end of the pursuit. It wasn't that I got directly involved with the pursuit until the first vehicle stopped, and like every marked unit that was out there stopped with that first vehicle, and Trooper Harriet and Xavier Martin were the only patrol vehicle behind the pickup truck.
If I understood you very carefully, you did mention that your vehicle was in the left lane, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so and then you indicated in your testimony a few minutes ago you didn't want anyone to get shot.
Yeah, well, I was
That's what
trying to
you
use
said.
my vehicle to block or get between myself and the general public.
Okay, if that's your intention, did you allow other vehicles to pass you?
I couldn't control. I couldn't jump out in front of moving vehicles in the dark, unlit area with a black vest and dark pants on and get ran over. So no, that wasn't my intention to jump in front of moving vehicle to try to get them to stop.
So at that point, were you engaged in the activity that is going on?
At that point, yes, sir. I began to train my rifle on the vehicle in question to provide cover and backup assistance to the patrol guys, which in turns why I didn't give any verbal commands because they were handling that part of it.
But at that point, you are engaged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to show you Exhibit 812 because you mentioned this a couple of times, and I wanted to clarify this. I want you to look at Exhibit 812. You indicated something about the passenger was in the console. I wish you can see this better. Do you see his hand outside?
No, I can't see. It's extremely dark. If that's his hand, like I said.
Can you come closer? You can see. You can come closer.
Bring the microphone.
Yeah, I got it.
No, 812, 812.
And like I said, I can't see whose arm that is. I don't know if that's an arm. And like I said, from my vantage point at the time this incident occurred, I wasn't privy to see his arm.
So your testimony that the passenger was in the console was not correct, correct?
It was not correct. No, that was very correct.
But he was outside of the truck at that point.
Say at some point, I don't know if at this point that he was still digging or not. And you can only see one arm. The person, last time I checked, he had two arms.
But at the same time, that was before you kicked or stomped the driver.
You said that was before?
Yes.
Well, I mean, like I said, everything's moving so rapidly. It's easy to say that when you got a still shot, but when you play it in real time, or you're in my position where you actively approaching the vehicle and you're not sure what threats are in the back of the vehicle and what threat that this subject in the passenger seat poses to Trooper Harriet, then it's easy to say when you're looking at a still shot that it should have did this, should have did that.
Well, I just, I'm just trying to, I wasn't there.
Exactly.
I think I don't play football. I'm not a second-hand quarterback.
Yes, sir.
You remember your testimony, your interview with Trooper Tony Washington?
Bits and pieces. It's been a few months.
Okay, now I'm reading from the investigative report, Exhibit 16, that is in the evidence, and I'm going to read to you. It's not numbered, but I will read it to you. Sergeant Pishon stated as he approached the vehicle, he attempted to kick the driver in his back with the bottom of his foot to subdue him into the prone position. Is that an accurate statement?
That was only after, like I said, when I'm training my rifle on a passenger, that was my goal, to put the driver on the ground, since I'm thinking we're about to engage this passenger with deadly force.
You never said you wanted to step over him until today, correct?
Yes, I did. I did too. And my attorney was there when I gave the statement.
Which attorney?
I don't know why it's not documented in his report.
Okay. But but I couldn't find it in this report.
You have audio tapes, right? From my interview with them. I guarantee you'll find it in there.
Okay. Now, as a supervisor, sir, you are taught at the police academy how to write a report.
I'm sorry?
As a trooper,
Yes, sir.
you are taught at the Louisiana State Police Academy how to write a report.
Yes, sir.
Also, as a sergeant, as a supervisor, you receive additional training how to prepare a report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are taught to prepare a complete report, correct?
Yes.
In this situation, you never wrote any report. Is that correct?
Because force investigation unit got involved with this situation since it was a deadly force encounter. So my belief that they were going to write everything that happened from beginning to the end in their report. So I was waiting on instructions from them. I believe that sometime throughout their investigation, when they got along to me, that they were going to come get a statement and interview me as to what happened with the use of force and me taking the driver into custody. That's one big old investigation. I didn't realize that they were going to split it into investigations and have investigator Dejon handling from the shooting up until the time I used force on the guy, and then Trooper Kling handled from me using force on this guy and him going to jail.
But if you have any doubt, did you ask your supervisor?
No, sir. I was like I said, I was in communication with the force investigation unit who was in charge of that scene. As far as my knowledge, my supervisor wouldn't even been able to override FIU. It was up to FIU and their supervisors as to what actions need to be taken from that point on.
You testified earlier on, and I think when Mr. Hessler was asking you, you said you have been involved in other incidents at
Yes, sir.
New Orleans. Did you record those incidents?
What you mean recall?
Did you have recording of those incidents by your body worn camera?
I'm not sure. We were issued body worn cameras at the time. The other incidents occurred. My incident with New Orleans Police Department, no, we didn't have body cameras at that point. My incident with state police, and I believe we weren't issued body worn cameras.
So this is something new.
Yes, sir.
Were you trained on how to use body worn camera?
I mean, we did basically.
I can hear you.
Yes, we did training on how to activate and turn it off and put it in stealth mode.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad you said that. Did you listen to the testimony of Daniel Graft?
Yes.
Okay. And it did indicated that there are 3 ways of activating the body worn camera.
Yes,
correct?
sir. When you activate the lights in the vehicle.
Okay. It did tell you that those 3 ways, correct?
Yes.
One of them is to
Manually.
double tap.
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one is the unit light.
Yes.
And then I believe he stated that the third one was the laser.
The taser.
Taser. I said
Yes, sir.
laser. Taser. I apologize. Taser. But if you turn off your body worn camera, if it is manually turned off, none of those would take place, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in this situation, you did not activate or power on your body worn camera.
No, sir. Like I said, I was sitting at the police station monitoring the radio traffic with the patrol guys as to their activities. Like I said, we pretty much were on break. They went out there looking for doping guns. So it was whatever they were doing was none of my concern. It was only that I got involved once shots fired and they pursued and all that other stuff started happening.
Okay. So, but a few more questions, and at the time when you stopped the driver, was he resisting your arrest?
He wasn't obeying commands. He was somewhat semi listening to what they had to say. I wouldn't say he was totally just all out not obeying commands, but some of the commands they were giving he was not complying with. That coupled with his partner digging in between the seat and the console and still us not having a clear view of the rear passenger compartment of that vehicle.
Could you tell this commission what is the basis for the justification that you stomp him in the head?
Stump him in the where?
In the head.
Who stumped him in the head?
Or whatever you do, kick, whatever word we want to use.
I mean, y'all say I stumped him in the head, but the video still doesn't clearly show that I even touched his head. Like I said, it was my intention that to put my foot in the small of his back to, like I said, I'm thinking we about to engage this front passenger. with deadly force.
I would like to show one spot and I'll come back to you. Because there's a specific, I believe it's 2045. Exhibit. Six. Yes, exhibit 6, 2045. Exhibit 6. You said your foot didn't touch it. Let's look at this. Exhibit 6. Somewhere around 2044, 2045. Okay, I want you to look at this. We're almost there.
Yes, sir.
42. Okay, now let's go. Did your foot touch his head?
I don't see it. And you got even Sergeant from the academy, what's his name? Garrett. He even described it as upper shoulder area.
Did your foot touch off his shoulder area?
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
it touched his upper shoulder area.
That's all I have. I mean, they could see it for themselves.
Yes, sir.
Because when you know, and I'm not going to belittle this again. Let's look at 2044. Okay. Yes, sir. I want everyone to see this. Because one of the things I want you to focus on, Sergeant Pishon, is the head of this man right here. I want you to look at that. I want you to really pay attention to this. Ms. Champagne, could you please play? Could you please? Thank you so much. I rest my case. Excuse me?
We have a still of that.
I believe the closest one is 8 to.
I'm talking about that.
Do you want to?
This right here, we have a still of that.
The closest, no, sir. That's all I have, so.
Sergeant, look behind
Yes,
you.
sir.
Behind it, the picture. Where are your eyes and weapon trained?
In the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Why is that?
Because I'm watching the driver, the front passenger.
Okay. And the video, you saw you raise your foot, correct? And you saw yourself out with your foot, kind of making an extended leg. I guess like you said, your little legs couldn't make it that far over his body. Whether you hit him in the head or not, the head, the neck, or the back, was your intentions to put him prone?
Yes.
Was your intentions to punish him by kicking him in his head, his face, his back, his rear end, or any other part of his body?
No, sir.
Is he your only concern when he being the driver? Is that your only concern that you're looking at that point?
No, sir. The front passenger and the rear passenger compartment of the truck.
And again, I think you testified, you don't know if that gentleman's still armed or not, do you?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you.
Attend that witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm finished. Do y'all have any questions?
I have a few questions. You testified you wanted to step over him, step around him, get by him in some form or fashion. Which one was it?
Step over him to get between him and the vehicle so that the uniformed guys can grab him and drag him away from the vehicle so we can properly clear.
I got the information I needed. So you also testified that you wanted to put your foot in some fashion in the small of his back.
Yes, sir.
Where's the small of his back?
Is towards the waist area. It's more with the middle back. Toward the middle of the back, but between the waist and the shoulders.
Did you tell someone in IA that the drivers simultaneously moved, which caused your kick, your placement of the foot or whatever, however you want to describe it, to cause it to be placed in his neck area?
That's what I believed at the time. When I went to put my foot down on his back, you could see that, like, they even testified that he was going down at the time my foot was coming down. So I think it was some kind of way that maybe his body was angled, that my foot slipped more off his back and then hit it instead of hitting it more flush and pushing him straight down.
But him coming down would make his body go forward, not make his body go backwards, right?
It depends on, like I said, if he was still on his knees and his front of his body was going down, but his knees were still up, his waist area was still up. I can see where I can deflect and angle my foot to a different angle.
Show me somewhere on that video where the person on the ground is moving that would take your location from the small of his back to the side of his head.
Like I said, the only thing I could think of is he was still on his knees and his waist area was still higher than the front part of his body, his head, as he was attempting to get down all the way down to the ground.
But wouldn't that take his head area more forward, not further back?
I'm not understanding what you mean by that, sir.
Fair enough. Okay. So let's go back to the small of the back.
Yes.
Why did you think it was necessary for you to put your foot, place your foot, position your foot, or whatever your foot on the small of his back?
Because at the time, his front passenger was a greater threat that I felt was a greater threat, and that he was also a threat because he hadn't been secured yet.
All right. Thank you, sir. Is this it?
Yeah, witness.
So
No, unless there's a follow-up question to the questions I asked, I think.
Oh, no,
we're done.
I'm good.
so this witness is free to go back to his seat.
That's fine.
Mr. Commissioner. Just one second.
We doing closing now?
Yes, sir.
All right, we've seen the video 10 times.
Yes, I'm not gonna go through that. I have a little bit of experience and I could tell your body languages. And Mr. Chairman, Honorable Commissioner, I want to thank you for your patience and listening to what we have to state here. I believe at the beginning of my testimony, I indicated to you there are three things that we need to look into. And I just want to reemphasize that and make sure that I hit that home. The very first thing that I indicated in my opening statement, Honorable Commissioner, is that whether the action of Sergeant Troy Pishon on July 16, 2022 violate the LSP policy and procedure, and we affirmatively say yes. Also, whether the 60 hours that was imposed by the appointing authority or the superintendent, suspending Sergeant Troy Pishon for 60 hours was reasonable under the circumstances, and we said yes. You have seen, like you said, Mr. Chairman, you heard the evidence, and we believe that we have proven our case that the use of force was not necessary. We have also proven that the use of force reporting was not done by Sergeant Troy Pishon, and also the body-worn camera was not, he did not comply with the policy. We hear a lot of stuff that he stated now, that the kick in the back for a prone position. I've never heard until today. I've read those report until this afternoon that he was trying to step over. We believe, the state believe that the force was not necessary for public safety. We believe that the force was not necessary to even protect the officers because the passenger was out and it was by Mr. Harriot. The driver posed no physical threat and was not resisting at the time his head, whether we call it kick, whether we call it stomp, he was not resisting. The evidence showed that Sergeant Pishon failed to complete use of force report, and he does not have his body-worn camera activated during the Operation Silver Bear. Sergeant Pishon simply failed to properly record the enforcement activity on his body-worn camera. And we pray that the suspension of the 60 hours be affirmed by this Honorable State Police Commission. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
We've been here 5 hours dissecting what Trooper Pishon did in about 7 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. In the middle of the night on an interstate with cars traveling back and forth at 70+ miles per hour. Against perpetrators he believed to have been armed, reasonably believed to have been armed, reasonably believed to have been previously already shot at the police. And the video, I think the video is best viewed at full speed. We clearly see what happened. Everybody in this room seen what happened multiple times. Whether he kicks him in the back or he kicks him in the head, we know it wasn't punitive. We know it wasn't malicious. We know what his reasoning was. It was to prone him out. His original, as he stated, his original intention was to go. He thought the guy was going to get all the way down, they'd come extract him, and he'd have to move, and he'd move to the car and did so. Well, things changed. Things changed when he got closer. The guy starts digging in the car, and you can see that awkward step. He raises up. He's got 2 threats he's got to cover. So he missteps, and he hits him in the head, the neck. It looks like he hits him right around the neck, the jaw. I don't know, but it's certainly in the upper body. But that's not the issue. Where it hit him, the issue is that the state police says he shouldn't have even done that much. And they do this after months of investigation. They do it after saying, well, yeah, everybody thinks it's reasonable and necessary, but we have a policy against that. How can you have a policy against something that's reasonable and necessary when you're talking about your life or you're talking about somebody else's life? It's pretty convenient for us to sit here and talk about it. But when you do something, you tell a guy, or worse yet, you tell the guys that are out on the street that are going to hear that, wait a minute, Pishon did, it was what? It was reasonable and necessary, but it was against policy? Well, you're going to have a hard time hiring police officers. And we've seen it in other jurisdictions that went that route. But nevertheless, the video speaks for itself. And the thing about it is and the thing that gets me is, again, it's reasonable, it's necessary. It wasn't punitive. It was, you know what it was? It was a misstep. It could have been done differently. It could have been done better. They all say it wasn't done intentional. What his intent was to prone him out. I would have that intent too, because I don't want, when I'm approached, I was a policeman for 17 years. I was on SWAT team. It was when a guy's on 4 knees, like on his hands and knees, and if he's got something on there, when he raises his hands, you can't tell. And if he does, it's not going to even lose balance to pull a weapon. And Pishon has got 2 people to worry about. Did he do it perfectly? Nope. Did he say he did it perfectly? Nope. Did the chief say he did it perfectly? Nope. And there's not going to be any policeman that ever did it perfectly. What we need to look for, and what y'all I ask you to do, is look at it and say, did he do it with malice in his heart? Did he do it to hurt this guy? Did he do it with anything else but but pure motives of ending this situation safely for everybody involved? And I think it said it didn't matter if the guy was hurt or not. I think it kind of matters, because if he would have walked up to him and just face punted him right square in his face, I think we'd have a different view of it. But when every witness from the state says it wasn't malicious, it wasn't punitive, and they allow for these things that could have been done differently, it could have been done better. It's just simply against our policy. And yet at the same time, they tell you in their policy, we can't make a policy for every situation. We can't. And that's why we don't. And that's why they say, let's look at the reasonableness of it. Let's look at the necessity of it. How can it be reasonable and necessary that they can find that what he did was reasonable and necessary under circumstances, but our policy doesn't allow you to do reasonable and necessary, or it only allows you a certain level of reasonableness and necessariness? I don't think we have even by the preponderance of evidence. I think what we have here is an officer trying to do his best under very, very difficult and very, very stressful situation. And it didn't turn out exactly how we wanted it. And that's just for the use of force part. For the the reporting of the use of force, I would agree with Chief, I'm sorry, County Chief, Lieutenant Colonel Chavez, Cameron. When in doubt, write it. Well, clearly they gave him the benefit of doubt, but you probably should have written it because there is some doubt there. And what is the doubt? The doubt is from this new unit that was incorporated to investigate all these type incidents. And what did he do? He reported to them. Now, maybe he didn't do it the way he was supposed to, and maybe that's a violation. But it's his first violation of a very newly formed policy. I think that's mitigating. We didn't hear about mitigating facts. In the BWC, I'm just going to have to say, I think the policy says what it says, readily available. If they want to change the policy to say, well, you know what, it's got to be on and readily available, that's fine. I don't know how the battery life's on these things. I don't know. But I know this. I know that he didn't intentionally violate anything. And there's mitigating facts on every incident that we've talked about here. And they're his first violations. I don't think they've proven by the preponderance of the evidence that he violated the use of force policy. I think there were possibly technical violations of the reporting and the body camera. I just don't see, they want to all of a sudden say his roles changed from covert and plainclothes to enforcement. Well, his role probably did change. I would grant that. But that doesn't mean that your mindset of what I got to do change. What I got to do is make sure that this guy is not a danger, doesn't shoot and fire. It's not, let's make sure I turn on my body camera, stand in the middle of the street for 15 seconds and do this. It just doesn't happen that way. And you can go to Sergeant Officer Graff to show that. He forgot his, but luckily his was already activated. Would that been ideal for him? Yeah, if that's what the policy required. I know y'all will give him a fair shake, and I know that y'all will consider everything that was said by both sides. That's all I ask y'all to do, and I think that we'll have a fair result because of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Conclusion of all the evidence and the arguments. We entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss allegations of misconduct. It's been moved and triple seconded, but we'll still take a roll call vote in honor of Mr. Burns.
Jared Ricky,
Yes.
Mark Cole,
Yes.
Tony Parade.
Yes.
Monty Matalago.
Please don't stay in this area here. Go out into the atrium area. Please. And take everything with you. Call the meeting back into order and entertain a motion to leave executive session.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Jared Ricky,
Yes.
Mark Cole,
Yes.
Tony Paree,
Yes.
Monty Matalago,
Yes.
and Euless.
Yes. Okay. We're back into public session. At this time, any public discussions or possible votes relative to the appeal?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner,
With respect to the alleged violation for procedural order 1117, body worn camera and in-car camera system, I move, we find no violation.
it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
I also move, with respect to the alleged violation of procedural order 238, use of force. We find no violation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
And with respect to the alleged violation of procedural order 238, use of force, I'd like to make a motion that we,
Reporting, use of force reporting.
I'm sorry, the use of force reporting. Thank you. I move that we find no violation.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you, sir.
Not done.
Oh,
Sorry.
I might retract that.
Finally, I'd like to make a motion that that the 60-day suspension be reversed. 60 days or 60 hours? 60 hours. I'm sorry. I can't read my own writing, obviously. The 60-hour suspension be reversed and back pay, the proper amount of back pay be paid. That that the sergeant's record be expunged as to the discipline imposed, and an amount of $1,500 for attorney's fees be paid.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Y'all are excused.
Oh, well, thanks again.
You're frozen.
Y'all be safe on the way home.
Hey, let's, 11. Oh, got it. We got it. Thank you.
Be safe on the way home.
I gotta just stay on you.
Not no.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay, director's report.
Yes, sir.
You have no audience.
It's great. I like this. Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, just want to let you know that the expenditures are behind tab 3 in our binders as usual. Are there any questions about the commission's expenditures?
We're gonna make it to the end of the year.
In all areas but legal services, where we will request a supplemental appropriation, as has been the custom last few years. The other item is that annual trainings, I'll be sending out reminders more frequently about your ethics and preventing sexual harassment training. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 14th at 9 a.m. It is appeal hearing. That concludes my report.
And we have a hearing, yeah, on December 14th.
Correct.
Probably a long one.
Long one.
I think so.
Okay, there's been no request to address the commission, so if someone want to move and to adjourn. Any objection? None being heard, we're adjourned.
Euless, what time has it been the night before?
Yeah, what,